Welcome to Tainted Ink. Today we are going to be discussing recognizing abuse and refreshing your heart by knowing that there is help out there. We do have a special guest. We have B up in the house. Welcome, B.
Hello.
Well, hello. Everyone's favorite A.
Most days.
Most days, every
Yeah.
day but Friday.
Today's Friday. What are you saying?
Silly goose.
I
Okay.
guess.
So lately I've been playing Call of Duty. It's been really fun, kind of like helping distract myself from work stuff. Yeah, but it's been fun.
It's good. Keep you busy.
I'm I'm not I won't say I'm very good at it, but I'm trying, I guess.
I saw you. You suck.
It's a pain in the ass. And I get this mass anxiety B.
Yeah, I saw you play. I can see why.
Yeah. Like I start getting shot at, like pew 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 pew, and then next thing you know, I'm like, run for cover, Inky. Yeah. I haven't figured out how to change my name either.
It's the baby talk. It's what does it for you.
Cause we be trolling. We be trolling. Hi, Westy. It's so good to see you, Wes.
Eh,
The troll was hungry.
I'm definitely Wes's favorite.
I love Wes. He's cool. He's always been good to me. Always been very sweet to me. Yes. So these are for our evil little people out there that like to watch and troll. But thank you because you're giving me watch hours. Do I still need those?
No.
I guess. How are you doing today, Wes? Wes, would you like to tell us how you're being abused? I think Wes is being abused. People on YouTube are harassing Wes, I think.
No, Wes
And it,
harasses
and it
people.
bothers and it bothers me deeply.
No, he harasses other people.
No, he's very, very sweet. I have no idea what you're talking about. Tell him, Wes. He said, yes, I must keep getting watch hours. Okay. Well, for the trolls out there, keep watching. Thanks. I appreciate it. Opa's Angel. Good evening, love. It's always good to see you. How are you doing? So, today is identifying abuse, and recognizing abuse is the first step to getting out of an abusive situation, period. Okay. So,
Okay.
please forgive me. Okay. Do, do, do.
You have to forgive me. I got my air on, and if you can hear the fan in the background, but it's still not hot enough. So, or it's not cool enough. So,
Not hot enough. I thought it was in the 90s.
it is. It's still like 80 something at 11 o'clock at night.
Wow. Wes says, okay, well, first let's go back. It's good to see you doing good. Thank you. Wes says, Tyrone, B, whatever your name is, you really should get around to some other channels. There, it is. It's toxic. Never in my life did I think that a platform like YouTube could be very toxic. And I have come to learn that it's extremely toxic. Careful what you run with. Remember that saying when you were a kid? Careful what you run with, or you will be identified as such.
What other channels should I get to? Give me some recommendations. You got to keep in mind I'm an old guy that works a lot of hours.
I'm going to keep that right there because I'm going to need that in a minute. Do, do, do. There are several spreading lies and slander, such as these that should not been about me, but the truth is there for those who want to see it.
Holy
Exactly.
shit! Is that English?
Depends on your interest. Yeah, exactly. If you want to listen to the bullshit, there's channels for that. Exactly. Exactly.
I actually have about probably 35 other people that I follow. They're just not involved in YouTube drama.
Boy, weren't they lucky. Some of us didn't get to make that mad escape. Well, I mean, some of us did. I have
Well, they don't.
had the hate, but found the good. There are good people too.
Most of
Yes.
the other channels I follow don't do lives. They just post their content and keep it moving.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to share this screen. Do, 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 do. "35 nature channels." He said you might have 35 nature channels where there's nothing but like, little birds and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm far too active to watch birds. I would go nuts sitting there.
Okay. Okay. How can I make it just that screen and not like just that window? Can I just share just that window? How about this one? My ass froze. Did you see that?
Well, make sure you don't freeze it off. There's not much there.
Where is it going?
Sorry.
Oh, why do I? Oh, there it is. Why is there two inkies? Oh, there it is.
I don't have two inkies.
Everybody needs two inkies.
One's kind of a pain in the butt. I don't know about two.
Wow. My machine is really ramming out right now.
I thought that's why you bought that expensive new machine.
There it goes.
What the hell is wrong with this person?
Who?
Sorry. I just checked my messages. I'm trying to buy a car to sell, and I found somebody that really is hurting for money. So I was going to buy it, clean it up, and resell it. And they said they must sell it tonight. And now they won't answer me. They just put the ad up 10 minutes ago.
What ad?
Their ad selling it. This Lincoln.
Okay, let's try it now. No, still the whole thing. Okay, it is what it is. Whatever. Okay. Hi, Grey Pill. Grey Pill, did you find out how for me to download the Mario Kart game? Shh. Okay. Back to serious stuff.
The heck are you?
What? Okay.
You almost sound like you slobbered on
Understand
me.
relationship abuse. We're all affected by the issue of domestic violence. I think, is it an older Lincoln B?
Uh,
You're cutting out what?
So it's 2013.
Oh, that's not too old. Okay.
No,
To
no.
understand
And if I pick
relationship
it up
abuse, we
for,
okay, to
looks
understand
like I could pick
relationship
it up for
abuse,
about
we
5
must
grand if they're
recognize
in a
that
hurry
it
to
is
sell it.
more than
So
just physical violence. Domestic violence can happen in different ways, so it is important to understand the behaviors that define it. Ending the harm and stigma of domestic violence requires a nuanced understanding of what abuse is, as well as examples of healthy relationships. This can help you make the best decision for yourself, for you or loved one. Our advocates are available 24/7 by phone and live chat to discuss your situation and help determine if your relationship might be abusive. Okay, Wes. What is abuse? Abuse defined. Domestic violence also refers to intimate partner violence, IPV. Dating abuse or relationship abuse is a pattern of behaviors used by one partner to maintain power and control over another partner in an intimate relationship. Now, this can be with your children, a spouse, cousin, anybody that you are into like close contact with. Domestic violence doesn't discriminate. People of any race, age, gender, sexuality, religion, education level, or economic status can be a victim or a perpetrator of domestic violence. That includes behaviors of physically harming, intimidate, manipulate, or control another partner, otherwise, force them to behave in ways that they don't want to. This can happen through physical violence, threats, emotional abuse, and financial control. Opa says, I think it's more difficult to see someone in an abusive relationship having a person involved not willing to see the problem. Look at the puppy dog picture. You got a cute little baby pit bull. And I agree. When you're with someone and they don't understand how they're behaving, it it makes it even more complicated. And that includes here on this platform. Okay. Understand relationship abuse types. Multiple forms of abuse are usually present at the same time. In abusive situations, it's essential to understand how these behaviors interact so that you know what to look for. When we understand what a relationship abuse looks like and means, we can take the steps to get help for ourselves as well as better support for others and who are experiencing abuse. Hi, Nance. Recognizing abuse is the first step. Warning signs of abuse. And know what to look for. Thank you, Nance. At the start of a new relationship, it's not always easy to tell if it will later become abusive. A lot of times, like when we get into relationships, that first year, 6 months to a year, it's like that honeymoon phase. And so when you're in that honeymoon phase, you're like on your best behavior, your partner's on their best behavior, and you don't even know how the other, I've used this term before in Gray Pill's, one of his lives, um, where you don't know how that other person even twists the toothpaste.
but
And something that wouldn't bother you in the beginning of a relationship may bother you later on. And you kind of let those things just pass by as time goes on. It just starts to irritate you or annoy you.
I've heard
Go
you
ahead.
say that before, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't understand that idea. Why would you have to be on your best behavior? Be you. That's the
Because
person.
we all are naturally. So, like when you get into a new relationship, you don't tend to be like, hey, can you come sit in the crapper with me while I take a shit?
Well, no, but at the same time, you're going to be the person that you really are. If you're being fake, you're still being fake.
Not necessarily being fake. What it is you're afraid to be the real you. And I don't consider it being fake. Now, some people may be narcissistic and tend to get into relationships out of necessity. So, um, but if they're just truly just meeting somebody, and Gray Pill could, he could really elaborate on this because he has a lot of topics about this kind of stuff. You're on your best behavior because you're like kind of like not insecure with yourself, but you're not sure where the relationship is going. You don't know how much of yourself that you should give to this person, and etc. So you tend to be a little more reserved and less forward, as if you had been in the relationship for 50 years. It's just the way it is. A lot of times, if you really get to know the person, and I kind of, be, as you know, like I'm kind of like this, where like I want to get to know you on like a friendship basis way before I would ever move into a relationship type closeness relationship, because I want to know who this person is. I want to see them get irritated. I want to know how they're going to lash out when they're irritated. Those types of, like, I'll actually push the button, doot, 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 like doot, 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 until they get upset. And then you can see how they react when they're upset. And in the beginning, you might do something that would typically upset them. And then later on, you're like, why are you reacting this way? You weren't reacting this way in the beginning. And that's that honeymoon phase.
But see, to me, though, that's, I don't know. I like pushing someone's buttons on purpose. That's just playing a game. It's like a kid.
It's not playing a game, but you need to know how that person's going to react later on. So say you've been with this person, say 6 months, and you've never been in an argument. You've been able to coast through this relationship for 6 months without any kind of hiccups. And you come into your first real disagreement. Like, oh, I can't even think of a good one. Like, I don't know. Chat, help me. Like, what would be something good that would be like a good
Money.
Money. Okay, there you go. So say she likes to go shopping every Saturday, and he doesn't. Maybe he's more reserved and he likes to go shopping maybe once a month. Okay. Link, would you like a link? I can send you a link. I'm going to have to put it in chat because I haven't set up my email on this new computer yet. Okay. And so then they get into a relationship, right? And he's used to doing things one way and she's used to doing things one way. And that causes their first big argument. Okay. And he could lash out at her, but this is like the first time they've ever gotten in an argument. So what is our natural reaction is, it's okay. He's only done it once. Well, yeah, but if he's lashing out this way this time, potentially he could be doing it worse the next time. Potentially.
But you're setting yourself up for failure. You're putting negative thoughts in the air that aren't even there.
Yeah, but if he's already acting like a buffoon in the first 6 months or over the first argument, I mean, it's something that you have to look at.
I don't get that. To me, why
okay,
would you...
say it's her that's misbehaving that way. Say it's her that is like, what do you mean I gotta wait a whole month before I can go shopping? And she's lashing out at you. You'd be like, see you later.
Well, no, it doesn't have
I'm
to
not
be
dealing
that way,
with this. I'm not dealing with this shit.
At the same time, you could be an adult and say, look, hey, look, if we're going to live together or if we do live together or whatever the case may be, talk to them like an adult. If they can't understand that either A, the financial means are there.
We're not talking about us communicating. We're talking about people lashing out. We're talking about recognizing the warning signs of abuse, regardless if that abuse, just one moment, please. Okay. Recognizing if what we're trying to do is learning the warning signs on how people react differently to things and what is a way of communicating like normal people and then having a partner that is abusive, that's lashing out at you. That's what I'm talking about, B. Opa says, if you have if you have children and you disagree on how each of them are raised, exactly. That's another good one. Money, children, religion. Yes.
Maybe I'm too easygoing. I'm more of the okay, we agree to disagree and keep it moving. I don't have to.
Me and you have argued before. No bullshit.
You're right, we have, but we're not dating. We're not married. We definitely don't live together. So there are also more serious things that, in a different situation, that would be one thing.
I'm a smoker. You're a non-smoker. I'll be like, I want to smoke in the Arizona room. I don't know what you're talking about.
But
No,
that's
there's no smoking in the house. It's not in the house. It's in the Arizona room. It's not technically part of the living space.
but that's part of being in a relationship. Is there's some compromise. You have to be able to you understand that you know what you're getting into when you go into that relationship. You're going into a relationship with a smoker. You have to accept that they're going to want to smoke in the house.
Everyone, welcome, Mr. Grey Pill. Well, hello, Grey Pill.
Hey, lady. Hey, B.
Hey,
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm at work, so I'm chiming in and out. I got like maybe 50 minutes before I run home.
Oh, you're at work still?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm that 9 to 5 guy.
Okay, so what do you think so far?
I think you on spot on what you started with. I like the back and forth with the conversations with you and B having. I would have just kept on the because I know you mentioned the like the kids example part, but I think one of the signs is, and I'm a it had me thinking of a homeboy of mine, right? We didn't know that we knew he was in a 3 5 year relationship with someone in Atlanta, and after like a lot of relationship talk, whatever, we got comfortable with each other. Then come to find out, he brought up saying that his girlfriend of 5 years had abused him, and we was like, "What you mean by abuse you?" And he said, she like hit him, like just acting like a like very masculine dude. Like when she wanted something, she yelled at him. When she needed something, she just very irate, very direct, like I want it now, or
Mm-hmm.
or she just physically put hands on him. And then so when he finally got the courage and nerve to, the only reason he didn't let it go because she was providing him like crumbs. Like she will give him the box every now and then when she think that he might lead astray in her mind, or if he like they out to dinner, just like some little weird signs. Um, and then when he finally got the nerve, like, hey, it's over and done with, and he broke up with her. So when she still had like, because you've been together like 3 5 years, so you had like contacts or no friends or friends, each other Facebook friends or whatever. So she would get all these little signs like, hey, he had like an event coming up. She just instantly call him. Okay, he blocked on her phone. She'll reach out another way. He'll block that. Then she called him from at work and was trying again. So that's the extreme version. But some stuff that B was saying, he absolutely right. That's the common sense, right? Like, look, if I see some signs or I see red flags, that should be like, all right, I'm not going to tolerate this. Let me move on. But what you find is that most people, they'll get to that. Let's say most guys, and I'm putting on the guys first and come back to women. Most guys be like, all right, I haven't got laid in a couple of months, so she's that girl. So I'm giving excuses for her bad behavior so I can get X, Y, Z. And then some women, they might say, hey, well, I'm accepting his bad behavior. I see it, but I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm not gonna speak on it. I might give them that kind of like look, but at the same time, giving that like that dog look, like you hit a dog on the nose with a newspaper, and then I'm gonna walk the other way. So,
Mm-hmm.
oh, he's paying my bills. He's paying the car note. He's financially supporting me. So why do I get the same thing to him? And then you guys, society and friends, jumped up on that person too. So now it's like a double entendre. Like, okay, now I really can't say anything to him because the outside world see this guy like he just doing everything right for me. So he got to be perfect. So I'm gonna listen to everybody else except for myself. So it becomes to that within, and then everybody just tolerate it. Which again, I'm agree with B. Like you look at it like, okay, crap hit the fan, you're like, yo, so why are you with this person? You knew of it, you saw the sign, so it's like, okay, egg on your face. True, but a lot of people don't understand to work on building boundaries for themselves. A lot of people don't understand to be aware of the red flags. They don't see the red flags either when 9 to 9 after the crap hit the fans, or random friends either drop breadcrumbs. Like there was a customer used to come here all the time, and he was just like, "Yeah, man, I'm with this girl for 2 years. She just cops and yelling and screaming. I pay everything. She just don't give me the time of the day." And then he claimed he ended. I was like, "You'll be back in 2 weeks." "No, man, I'm not gonna be." Bro, you're gonna be back in 2 weeks. You two latched on. You two, in your mind, soul tied to this chick. You're gonna be back 2 weeks. I said, "Hey, do you still got mail over there?" "Well, yeah." "Okay, then you didn't fully let everything go with this person." And then guess what? A week. I'm sorry. I'll finish with this, B.
Yeah.
And then a week later, he pops back up. "Hey, yeah, man. We got back together and we smashed." Exactly.
And so he's just smashing because he wants the poo-tang, and she just wants whatever he's providing.
Yeah.
So, and that is a form of abuse. When a woman breadcrumbs a man, that is a form of abuse. Ladies, if you're going to put it all in.
But that's also
when
where
you're in the relationship. Men, same thing. You can't be holding out either. You have to put it all in too. I think I've had this conversation with Gray Pill. Each partner it's not 50-50, it's 100-100. You got to put in 100 if you want to get 100 out. And if that other person is not participating and they are breadcrumbing you, it's a form of abuse.
And that's where the person involved in that needs to sit down and realize it doesn't matter how much you love someone. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. You can love somebody to death. You'll do anything for them. But if you can't be in a relationship with that person, you've got to see it and cut your losses.
And that also depends on, you can love someone as a friend. You can love someone to the ends of the earth. But if you know that relationship isn't progressing, then you have to understand that you're going to love them as a friend, and it's not going to be a love as in a relationship. And that's a lot of times people get hooked up in these relationships as as a hookup partner, and they think that they're going to get that other person to fall in love with them. Especially if that other person has already told them, "Hey, I'm only here for the booty and we can hang out. And I'm not here for long-term purposes."
See, what the problem with that is, before the hookup culture, the problem is people, they will self-explain everything away. And I think that's crazy.
Well, people will make excuses for things and not when they don't want to face reality. Oh, she's just saying this because X, Y, and Z, or he's just doing that because of this. No, in reality, you and this person just you can get along great as friends.
But I love him, B.
But I love him. You're right. You can love him. You can love him more than a friend. But at the same time, reality is reality. If you get around this person,
B, you don't understand.
It doesn't matter. Every time you get around this person, if you argue with them or you have,
you don't see what I see, B. I see everything about him. You don't see what I see, B.
And that's that illness. That's the problem.
This is what I hear off and on. All the excuse.
But that's the lack of.
But I'm in love with him. Mm-hmm.
Why's it always got to be a him?
Oh no, guys do it too.
Her too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I put on the guys first. I did put on the guys first.
I've heard guys say, "Oh, she's just going through a lot." No, you and her just do not get along like that. I don't care what she's got going on in life. It's like there's so many things you can look at that like, if she calls you once a week, okay, well, she went 6 days without talking to you. She can go another 6. It's not that serious.
Ooh, I got a new one. Or if she says, because this just recently happened, or if she responds to your text said, "Oh, if you hit her up," and then her response to the text is, "Wow, I didn't think about you all day."
Wait, what did you say? Wait, what did I miss?
If you text her and say, "Hey, just checking up on you. I was thinking about you," and her response to that is, "Wow, I haven't thought about you all day."
Well, I would hope that's a joke, because that's just rude as hell to begin with. That's just disrespectful.
Hey, there is people out there that are like, they're like that, but they're very forward with it. Now, if you go into that relationship being very forward and open about the situation, then you cannot, by any stretch, expect more. Expect what
Correct.
they said in the beginning of what they
Correct.
were willing to offer, because
Correct.
they are going to say it, male or female. They're going to say it in the beginning. Any sound minded body person is going to say it in the beginning, or they're going to show it in the beginning. They're going to say, this is what I want out of the relationship from day one.
And once you know that, don't engage. Because I remember, this is me speaking from my personal experience. Somebody I was with, and it was just a casual friend thing. And I said, okay, well, I'm pretty much working home, so this person claimed they was busy. Okay, then it's just us, right? And then later on, they made like this snide comment, like, well, I think it was like they was telling me about something, their mom or their kid. Then like literally the next day, they just like bluntly just said, "Hey, well, I need somebody to pay my get my nails, hair, and all this done." And I'm saying like, no, that ain't happening. And then so the next day, it was like, well, we're not together. I was like, yeah, I know that. Like we already had a established understanding. We're good. You don't have to like bring it up. And then at that point, I don't even engage no more. So I think like a week or two later, I don't respond. I think the last interaction communication was me texting this person, and then I see this person like maybe a month later, just randomly, and it's like, yeah, you couldn't call and text nobody. I'm like, I did. You said XYZ, so we're good. Like I know who you are. We're good.
And she asked you to get her nails and hair done.
Yeah, just bluntly, out the blue.
I guess,
After
I
it was
guess,
already after it was like a casual, like we're just a casual friends
and she
on a
probably would have
Facebook.
said that after you went and got her hair and nails done and been like, "Psh, thank you. I'm going out tonight. I'm going to go meet my other side dude."
And yeah, I know. Yeah, I'd have been. That's on me then. If I would have done something like that, that'd have definitely been on me.
And that's, if the person doesn't tell you that in advance, then that is abuse. If they are upfront with you about it, it's not, because they were being upfront with you about it. And if you in your mind took it to another level, that's on you.
Yeah, but I want to
But
say
you got
this
to be
added
careful
to
with that
that.
too.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Thank you, B. Because just to add to what you said, most people think like, well, do they have to say the exact words? No, you have to look for the signs.
Yep,
Once you
watch.
once you set your own boundaries for yourself, and every time somebody says something in maybe a disrespectful, rude gesture, verbally, or just how they carry themselves around you in public, those are the red flags. If you feel that is disrespectful to you and there's something you wouldn't do, then just start slowly checking off the box right there.
Hmm.
That
And I think we should, sorry, B, I think we should all have that little list, a notebook. These are the things I want, and see how many they check off. And I would actually be like, have a physical one, like have a physical piece of paper saying this is what you want out of a relationship, and you know, take it. And then, I B, didn't I go through this with you a long time ago? Go through the pros and the cons of the relationship and see where you stand, and see what you want
Not
and
that I
how.
remember, but
Way like 2 years ago. Yeah. Do you remember when I went through that whole purging state when I first got sick? I think I purged for like a week straight. And that's healthy. I
yeah.
think that's healthy. I think everybody should go through that part of life where you go back and you reevaluate your behavior and things you've done to other
Can you
people.
explain the purge?
Purging is it's like kind of like meditation, or it is a sense of meditation. And you go through like, you start way back in the beginning from when you first started dating, and you're like, okay, this is what I did wrong in this relationship. And once you can admit your faults to yourself, you have made leaps and bounds. This goes back to narcissistic behavior, which I think you've went through. If I remember when I first met you, Gray, you said that you went through this narcissistic behavior and you've been working towards coming
Oh, not
away
me.
from,
Somebody else.
oh, somebody else.
Yeah,
I
yeah. Because
remember we were
empathy.
discussing that, and you
Yeah, yeah.
said
Because
that,
empathy. Go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
um and it's true. So it goes back, and you reevaluate how you were from day one of your
Hmm.
dating or marriage, part of your life, to
Hmm.
where you are now. What traits do you still carry with you in each relationship? What can you avoid and what can you change about yourself? Not that we can truly change as a person, but we can make adjustments. A leopard doesn't change their spots, but we can make adjustments to be more empathetic to other people's needs and desires and be more receiving, and instead of just like take or let them be more receiving instead of us constantly taking.
Correct.
Does that make sense? And learning where those red flags are. And if you've been in a situation that was abusive, B has argued with me about this before. He's like, you can't carry that with you. No, you don't carry the pain and the hurt and the anger and the frustration and you take it into another relationship. But what you do is you do take those red flags that you learned and say, hey, this is potentially a red flag. I'm going to check this off right here and say, just keep an eye on it and see how, if it perpetuates or if it's just a one-time instance type of thing. That does not include physical abuse. That only includes when like you have a really heated argument. Is this something that they're going to do every single time they get upset? So for instance, one of the first things that B ever seen me do is I don't typically lash out at anyone. If I do something stupid or something happens, say I knocked my monster off my desk, I'd be like, God, I'm stupid sometimes. I yell at myself. I don't lash out at
You know what?
the other
I got a
person.
lot. I have a trigger when I hear women do that, because I'm like, I feel like it's kind of like a slow brain uh, programming of self when women say like, "Man, I'm stupid. Man, I'm sorry. I'm dumb." I'm like, don't say that. Like, I don't know. It triggers me when people do that. Like, I get it. Like, man, I messed up. Okay, cool. Then they'll be like, I'm stupid. I'm dumb. Like, you're not dumb. You made a mistake.
And see, that's your empathetic side, which women need, men need. Men need empathy and edification as much as any woman does. That's just my opinion. Men probably need it even more because they probably didn't have it as much when they were younger, where girls were more coddled. Boys are told to be rough and tough, no show emotion, and stuff like that. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Toe Jam.
That's a name.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to Toe Jam.
So, recognizing the warning signs of abuse. At the start of a new relationship, it is not easy to tell if it will later become abusive. In fact, many abusive people appear like ideal partners in the early stages of the relationship. The warning signs of abuse don't always appear overnight and may emerge and intensify as the relationship grows. Yet, every relationship is certainly different, and domestic violence doesn't always look the same. However, one feature shared by most abusive relationships is that the abusive partner tries to establish or gain power and control through many different methods at different moments. Did we all catch that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I was just making sure I didn't like lag out for some reason.
You
Common
lagged out.
common signs of abuse behavior in a partner include, additionally, even one or two of these behaviors in a relationship is a red flag that abuse may be present. Look at the baby dog. Sorry, my ADHD.
Get sidetracked so easy.
I know, squirrel. Telling you that you never do anything right. Gosh, B, you never do anything right.
Isn't that the truth?
Who's that chick you've been taking out to lunch every Wednesday?
That's my side chick at work.
No, that's for me. That's me, Bill. You should be taking me out on Wednesdays, not her.
I got a side chick at work. She don't bitch. She don't complain.
That's
like
it.
her.
You wait till you get home. I'm going to put you under the rug. Telling you that you never do anything right, showing extreme jealousy of your friends or time spent away from them. Preventing or discouraging you from spending time with others, particularly friends, family members, or peers. When they do that, they're trying to segregate you. They're trying to keep you to themselves so they can keep that control of you. So say, Gray Pill and I are in a relationship. He likes to do this all the time, so I'm going to do it to him. Um,
Well, he
say
doesn't
we're
want
in
to
a
get yelled at.
relationship and
You.
he wants to go hang out with his mom and sis, and I have to go. I can't let him go by himself. What if he says something about me I don't know about, because that's what they think? Or maybe
They
he'll
probably are
tell,
going to talk shit about you.
maybe he'll tell him that, you know, that I slapped him the other day, and they'll be like, get out. So now I have to either keep him from talking to these people, or I have to go with them, because you're not going to squeal on the abuser in front of them. You have to think about those things. Someone that has to be up your ass 24 hours a day and doesn't let you go hang out with your friends, check mark. Showing jealousy, check mark. Insulting, demeaning, or shaming
Why does
you,
that have to be
especially
a
in
bad?
front of other people. Ooh, yeah, you just
Why does
don't
the
do that.
jealousy have to be a bad thing?
Yeah, the jealousy is a bad thing, because
Why?
you should be secure enough with yourself, and in the relationship, you shouldn't really have that.
Yeah,
I'm not
but the
saying
past.
I'm not saying that you can't have some jealousy or inferiorness, but you shouldn't be acting it out. You shouldn't be acting it out. I can't agree with that. You can say, oh, you know, you hanging out with that guy kind of made me feel like I really need to work harder on our relationship. Or seeing you talk to that guy at the bar, maybe I'm not doing something right. Because normally when you get that jealousy feeling, it's because you know that you are lacking in somewhere in that relationship, whether it's financially, sexually, emotionally, mentally, lacking somewhere. Typically, that's
So
where that
why?
feeling comes from.
But why doesn't the good woman that's within that said person come out and reassure you that you have nothing to worry about, instead of looking at it like a negative thing?
Well, oh, okay, Grayfield, what do you have to say?
I'm listening to B. He just threw a gem out there. I'm about to collect.
Okay.
He's on point. That's a good question.
Okay, so in a normal relationship, she'd be like, baby, it's, you know, like, okay, say she's at the bar and there's another guy at the bar and he's like, hey, how you doing? If she's like, hey, baby, slips him a number, not your girl, check mark. Okay, but if now she is being gracious but not, hi, it's nice to see you too, I'm just here to get a drink, my boyfriend's back here, would you like to meet him? That's what she should do. That edifies the male.
But what
And it
if
helps
it's her old
prevent.
friend from work that just wants to catch up?
She still
Hold on,
needs to
repeat that.
introduce him.
What if she's
She
just,
would still need to introduce him. This is my significant other.
hey, I've got to
Yeah,
get ready to go, but it was nice seeing you. Get a hold of me sometime.
that's a good one too.
No, yeah,
No,
she
no.
shouldn't be doing that.
Why doesn't that trust come in then?
No, because you're in a relationship. You can't be having no.
Now you can't
Hold
have
on,
a friend of the same sex.
rewind.
You
'Cause
can
I
have
told you that
a
was
friend, but if you're doing things that you can't, okay, say if you can't have that conversation, this is rule of thumb. If you can't have that conversation in front of your significant other, then you probably shouldn't be having that conversation.
You're
that's
right, but
true.
what if your significant other wasn't there? You were just across the room. Hey,
No,
I'm
because
here.
that wasn't part of the scene that I played out. You're changing up the setting
No, I'm just
of
giving
what
you
I
another
had.
variable. If you and I are dating, we're out to dinner,
Uh-huh.
and you see an old coworker across
Mm-hmm.
the room, and he's like, "Hey, I got to get going." He says hi, but hey, I got to get
Mm-hmm.
going. I got friends out here waiting for me. Wife's outside waiting. Get a hold of me, and you exchange Facebook or Instagram or phone number or
And if
whatever.
you're in a
And
secure
I see that
relationship, you
across,
can do that.
Okay, so now hold
but
on.
but if
I'm good
I'm
with B on this one. So B, so if that happens, right, and you go and like say your wife, girlfriend, significant other is waiting for you in the car. Again, y'all had that, babe, I'm going to the bathroom. All right, babe, I'll meet you in the car. Then you come across that other person, then you say they had the exchange, right? Now when you go back out the door into the car, do you say anything to quote unquote the girl?
yeah, why not?
Or you don't mention or bring it up? Okay, that all right, we're good. Because I think that's what the problem is when people don't bring that up, like, hey, guess who I saw, and then just have that conversation, like we exchange, information or whatever. Because when
But if it
people
was,
don't,
it's like,
yeah,
you're right. But if it was Inky and I across the room, and I see her talking to some dude,
yeah,
and then she comes back and says that to me and says, "Oh yeah, that was so and so from work." Now, do I get jealous? Am I an asshole because I got a little jealous because I saw her talking to some dude?
And
No,
From what
and
without
I
knowing the situation,
without knowing the situation, you will probably feel anxiety. And then
no,
if
I
the
anxiety.
wouldn't.
woman is a real
No, ain't
woman,
nobody's feeling anxiety. That's bullshit. I'm like, who the
no,
fuck
can I
is this dude?
finish? Can I finish? You will feel
Sure.
anxiety. If that woman is a real woman, she will come to you and be like, "Hey, I ran into Bob over here at the bar. I gave him my Facebook, got his Facebook. Maybe we can all go out to lunch sometime."
Yeah, but B is no. Hold on. Pause right there. But B is painting the reverse as if he see you across the room, that exchange is happening right there. He sees it, but he doesn't know what the words been said. Your
Then
body
he's
language.
insecure.
Oh, B's insecure.
Yeah, then that would make the man insecure because you, as a man, need to be secure and be like, "My woman is good. She edifies me. I know she's a good woman.
Yeah,
She's
History
but
not
has
me,
told
doing.
me in my life.
She's not doing anything." But see, that's what I said
no,
in the
but
beginning, though.
yeah, but me and B. I think I'm on B with this one. If me and B see you across the room and you having that exchange, me and B is saying like we wouldn't get anxious or anxiety. We'll be like, okay, we don't know the current events. The body language isn't showing like you been flirtatious or he been flirtatious and you're like kind of like shooing him away. We're just seeing just two casual people, arm's length, just having a casual conversation. We're good. But now if you come back and say, hey, you got his number and I'm still good, but I want to see how they're gonna plays out moving forward. That's on me. I can't speak for B, but that would be me.
And that's just it. And you say that the jealousy is no good either way. But if I see that circumstance, say it's an old friend, you walk up, you give him a hug, whatever. I'm like, who the fuck is this dude?
I was asked, yeah, I would act it in my head, but me acting out on it, I wouldn't because I need
Right,
to see
right.
how
But
that.
but
Yeah.
you're not supposed to be jealous. That's just it. The jealousy that you felt in your head is already a bad thing.
No, I
But that's
didn't. I
that's a
said you
normal thing,
can't.
though.
I said you can't act on it. I
Mhm.
didn't say I that's what I said. You will have that feeling of anxiousness or anxiety, jealousy, whatever you want to call it. When you act out on it is different. But if you internalize it and remind yourself that the person you're with has edified you, you know it's secure, or that person has cheated on you before, that's going to leave a bad taste in your mouth and it's going to either inflate or deflate the situation. If you've
Uh,
been on good terms, it's going to deflate it. If you've been on bad terms, it's going to inflate the situation to where now you may lash out. But if
but
someone has already got that red flag there and they've already set that tone, you shouldn't be with them anyway.
if somebody's cheated, things will never be right again. That's
Correct.
just there's no way around that.
Oops, honey, sorry, I slipped and fell on his penis. Yeah, that doesn't really happen. Those are intentional. And
Yes,
anyone that says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it." What do you mean you didn't mean to do it?
yeah. If that goes along with I was drunk, or
Yeah.
they talked me into it, or I'm stupid, and whatever. It's all bullshit. You know what you're doing. You're an adult.
I mean, I've heard I've heard women say, "Oh, well, I was graped." I know, sounds stupid, but I was SA'd. Well, then we need to be going to the hospital, not sitting here talking about it. You know what I mean? So it depends on the whole makeup of the whole situation. But what I was trying to get at is learning to understand the difference between how you feel inside and how to handle a situation or how someone else may be treating you. So say, Gray Pill, we're at a bar. Gray Pill sees an old coworker, someone from school, you know, at the bar and they haven't seen each other in a long time or visiting from out of town or whatever and they exchange. Am I not allowed to feel jealous or insecure?
Well, that's kind of what you were getting at. You were
Like,
saying,
B, you've
hey,
had your same phone number for like 40 years.
yep,
The next girl that gets with you is going to be like, yeah, some ex is going to come crawling out of the woodwork.
Yeah,
probably.
that's the normal. Yeah, that's a norm.
Uh,
that's like on Facebook. Like the chick I got, the last one I got when she was serious relationship, I purposely went out the way, and maybe this might go down to maybe a little bit of the, I guess, a use factor, maybe on her part mentally, or me being scared of the insecurity coming from. I don't know. So we can pick that apart. But the fact that I was single for a hot minute, and then I got with this person, and I knew this is where it's leading to something serious. I never like I'll give an example. I wasn't like, today I'm single, tomorrow I'm in a relationship, so let me then day 3 get rid of everybody else. No, it wasn't that. It was like me. As soon as I'm in talking to that person, I see where is this somewhere going somewhere before we make it official. I was already like, hey, no attention to nobody else. This is one person I'm focusing on. And then once that was happening, I made sure like all the people I was dealing with or dealing with wasn't on my Facebook contacts or Instagram, all that stuff. It was blocked from all the contacts. Now, I can't stop them if they get new phone numbers and they reach out, but that's on them. So when me and this person was talking, that's pretty much how I, at my book, cleaned the slate of that. You know what I'm saying? And then also, I think last time, I think either you was on there or just me. Uh, I like to cross my T's and dot my I's. So if I'm like, for example, if I'm talking to Inky day 1, I'm not talking to somebody else on day 1, day 2, day 3 until me and Inky or Inky say, "Hey, are we exclusive? Well, we're sleeping together, so are we exclusive?" I'm not doing that, because what happened is, once that other person pops up, and then they'll tell Inky, or just a casual conversation, like, "Oh, who's this?" And it's not Inky being jealous, just like casual, "Who's this?" "Oh, this is somebody I was talking to." "Oh, the same day you spoke to me or talked to me or flirted with me or slept with me?" "Yeah." "Okay, now that this trust is gone."
But that goes. I mean, that's kind of, unfortunately, that's the way people are nowadays. They like lots of women, and Inky and I have disagreed on this in the past, but it's, they feel that it's okay to talk to 5, 6 different people at the same time. Look, if you want 100% effort from me and you want to get to know me, show me. Don't show me that you can give me a little bit of attention here. You can slide me in between Bob and Tim and John and
Yeah,
Larry, and I'm not with all that. I'm not. It's not worth my time.
yeah,
Right.
I agree.
There's too many people out here that feel that's okay behavior nowadays.
Well, that's the new norm.
But it's not for some people. Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
the whole new norm of relate. This isn't, as my daughter would say, this isn't the 1800s, mom. And I'm just like, what? Our
and
world
maybe
wouldn't be in the condition it is if people wouldn't have changed up so much stuff. But
that's why I think that I will be single for a long time.
amen,
I have
brother.
zero interest in pursuing a relationship like that.
hey, I get ragged on all the time on why I'm single. So I mean, it is what it is.
You're a pain in the ass. We know that. So that's easy
I ain't
to
gonna
figure
lie.
out.
I ain't gonna lie, Ink. I'm good with you, everything else, but that conversation with me, you, and the other 2 ladies had on just on the sexual part, I was like, nah, Inky. But I think maybe, and maybe I might be simping or panning a little bit. I think that could be worked on, but I felt like that might be a flag for me. But
On what
everything else,
conversation?
when we joke around talking about the whole sex and the other chick, she was saying that, I can't remember that. I apologize, because she got on me about messed up her name, and she was talking about the sexual aspect of, like, she's like, "Yo, we just go hot and heavy," and she's like, "I just like want to lay in and then cuddle with you for a hot minute." You was like, "No, you want to like just jump up and go straight
Oh
to the shower."
no, that's it. Okay, so let me explain,
Okay.
Here we
because
go.
B has heard me say this before. I don't know what it is. I know this is a really personal conversation for those 3 people that are listening right now. There's something
Right.
about seminal fluid that makes me itch. I don't
Okay.
know if it's the
I remember
pH
that.
or
I remember that.
whatever. So I'm
Okay.
like, I don't want to lay in my own mess, for one. I do
Mhm.
make a mess. So I don't want to lay in it. So now we all got to be changing them sheets, or I'm going to be itching and scratching all night.
Okay.
2, like, even if a guy has like a little bit of facial hair and he rubs up against my face will break out so fast with hives, it ain't even funny. And I think it's a pH thing. Now, the skin on my face, I've been told that basically when a guy has like facial hair and they rub up against my face, it activates the oil glands, and then the hair follicles, because we have little baby hairs on our face, get irritated. and that's what happens. So it's like an allergic
Okay, so
reaction
you know
kind of.
when a guy hears that, no, I'm good with that, right? Because again, that's the serious part of relationship. Like I think we talking about the 5 year, 10 year, and if nobody didn't know that in the beginning, then it might frustrate them in the long card and builds and builds to something else. So I get that. That's something people need to know when you're getting real intimate. So I'm good with that.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
I'm very upfront and very forward from day one. I'll be like, I don't mind kissing and making out, but like we got to keep that beard nice and soft and or shaved or something. Like you can't be walking around with that 5 o'clock shadow stuff. You can, but you just can't rub your face like up against mine because then it'll be like poof and I'll look like Hitch. I love that movie Hitch. It was such a good movie. As far as the bodily functions thing, if the music's playing and it's not like dead silent, okay. If it's dead silent, you know, like I get it, it happens. It's just one of those things that I'm like, okay, we could do this, but you know, if I start getting uncomfortable or something, oh yeah, no, yuck, none of this. It weirds me out. So Marzi, that's who we were talking with. Marzi is all about laying up in her mess, but she doesn't make a mess.
I didn't need the visual.
Okay, but Marzi doesn't make a big mess. Me, I do. So I don't really particularly want to be laying it. So I'll be like, hey, baby, can you go grab me a nice warm washcloth? Let me get cleaned up and we can cuddle. That's cool. I don't have to get up and take a shower, but at least I don't want to be laying in the wet spot because that wet spot's going to be my whole side of the bed or wherever on the bed.
We're good. Back to the abuse.
That's abuse. And some guys don't like that mess. Some guys are not into squirting and those types of things, and there's others that are. And I don't know. Maybe there's just some women.
It just made me feel like I did my job. That's all. Again, but that's one person, so I'm just one person.
Okay, but some guys will be like, "Ew, you peed on me," whatever. You know, it's a mix between multiple fluids.
That dude's a broad. Sorry.
Huh?
I'm with B.
That dude's a female.
I'm with B.
Yeah, I don't know too many that don't like it. I've never really heard only but once someone ever be like, "Ew," you know.
What was her name?
You know, I've always been like, yeah, that was a 6-footer. Okay, great. You know, now that would make Marzi squirm. Like she doesn't like it, but there's other things that she does like that I'm just like, no. I don't mind having sex if I'm on my menses. Can we do it like in the shower where we can get cleaned up after, you know?
But again, that's adult conversation between y'all two. I've been through that too. Yeah, so we're good.
Yeah, so I'm just like, there's things that I don't mind, but then there's things that, you know, there's things that I do. And I just like things to be kind of clean. Like who wouldn't? I don't know a female on there that wants to go down on a guy and be like, "Ooh, did you not have a shower today?"
Yeah, but see,
well, nobody likes that. That's hygiene.
Yeah, nobody likes that. Yeah, we're talking about after the fact.
Oh, after the fact, it is what it is. Like, get me a baby wipe or a washcloth, nice warm washcloth. And I've never had someone not do it. So, I mean, I wouldn't know what that's like. It's always been something that, hey, baby, here, let's get cleaned up.
Yeah.
You know, but I was also married for 17 years. So, I mean, I've never been in a relation, or I can't even call it a relate. What do you call that? I've never been in a situation that was like a one-night stand type of thing. I think if it was like that, I probably wouldn't give it. I wouldn't care. I'd be like, let's just make a mess and
no. Because like I said, I've been on both sides of the fence. So even that's still a conversation. Because I seen women like, yo, same thing you said. Give me either they go get up and do the same thing. They'll either go up, go get them straight in the shower, come back and be fresh. Or if the other person gets up before I'm like, hey, can you go give me your one washcloth or something? Then they'll clean up right there, and they'll do that, you know. And then they're like, okay, but if they're like Niagara Falls in the bed, they're like, okay, either we change the whole sheets or get a towel and lay it over it, and we'll just do that. You know what I'm saying? So
or just get a towel to begin with, and then you don't have to worry about the sheets.
That too.
Yeah, I know. This conversation went straight.
I did say back to abuse.
Oh, I thought you said that was abuse.
No.
Okay. Controlling the finances in the household without discussion, such as taking your money or refusing to provide money for necessary expenses. Most definitely. And with that being said, it can also be in the sense of where the female controls all the money and he gets an allowance. There's not too many men that deal with that these days, but I know a specific situation where he does. And I'm like, holy moly, he doesn't even know what he has rolling in the bank because she's moving it around and spending it on whatever she wants.
I know who you're talking about there.
I know you do.
But what if the woman's horrible with money? Then the man does take control of it, or vice versa. The man's horrible with money, and you got a family and you have responsibilities.
Mm.
Like
Well,
I personally,
see, those to me, those are things that we would be discussing before we were that far into the relationship.
There's levels to this. There's levels to this for sure.
but I've met
Yeah.
women that are horrible with money, where
Yeah.
I tend to be, I'm cheap. I mean, let's be real.
You can't be cheaper than me. Come on, I'm Jew.
I'm cheap, but at the same
I
time,
got to too.
I'm cheap, but at the same time, I'm also very financially responsible. So if I do want to buy something, I do.
So now, if you were with somebody, would you just randomly go out and buy it, or would be like, "Hey, baby, I'm interested in getting this"?
Well, in every relationship I've ever had, I've always made more money than them. And I've been pretty much the one that pays all the bills every time. So as long as the bills are paid and the family's taken care of, I'm still going to be me. I'm going to still be extremely financially responsible. So because of that, I'm going to buy what I want.
Wow. See, I would be, if I was in a relationship with you, no, you would have to run that by me first, just so we're on the same page, and vice versa, because I've always been the breadwinner in my home. So, I would still be like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Even though I was the breadwinner, I still would run it by my significant other. Because you're a partnership, you're not single. In a partnership, it's a partnership. She can't again, but this goes back to my old-fashioned ways of thinking. The man still should be the one that makes the final decision for the best interest of the family, especially if one partner is not good at making those decisions.
Well,
I'm not saying that she doesn't get her choice, her chance to make decisions, but in the book of God, that's just the way it is. He's the one that has to answer to what happens with that family at the end of the day. So hoping and praying, he's the one that is. It's about being equally yoked. I mean, there can be the masculine and the feminine, and where the masculine is more feminine, or the man is more feminine and the female is more masculine. There can be that exchange, and then the female is the one that's the more dominant one that does control those types of things.
But with that being said, if say for example, like I told you right now, I'm bidding on houses at the auction. So if I know that I can afford these homes, I'm buying them with whatever said family's best interest in mind either way. This is for a future. It's not like I'm wasting money on, buying myself a go-kart or, a dirt bike or something stupid. But if I want to go out and buy one of these houses and I can pay cash for it out of the checking account, I pay all of the bills. I'm extremely cheap, and so I'm also extremely financially responsible. So I know I've got. I mean, you know me. You know my personal situation. I haven't got $1 of income in the last 4 months, and I've paid every single one of my bills, as well as some family members' bills. So because of that, I'm fully aware that I'm responsible. So with that being said, if I want to go out and make an investment, you, as my partner or whoever was my partner, may not know anything about real estate. So why would I consult with you when you pay seriously, when you pay no bills, when I pay all of the bills, I make sure that the family is provided for and would still continue to be provided for. Why should I have to address that with anybody.
Hey,
Sorry.
that's a. I want Inky to answer that one, but I would love to respond to that. So that's a good question. So why would a said guy like that need to consult or have that type of conversation with you when he seemed like he's good with all the finances about that? Like, hey, if we both say, hey, babe, we get in the house, yeah, we get in the house. I be like, yo, I got you, and he go find the house. And he said, "Hey, these are three locations. The only thing you probably put in your opinion is like, do you want to be in the rural area, the suburban area? Are we going in the
No, no, no,
hood?"
no. These aren't your home that you live in. These are rental properties for investment purposes.
Okay, I got that girl smoking.
So when at the same time I could
Keep
have just taken the
talking.
cash,
Keep
I could have
talking.
taken that cash out of the bank and you would never know the difference.
Yeah, because you probably control the bank and she probably has no idea what's in there like somebody else I know.
But
Hold
if
on,
she's
hold on.
provided for, has anything that she ever needs,
Yeah, but wouldn't that hold on? But now, okay, I was good with you the first part. So, but wouldn't that be kind of like that's another type of anxiety, like waiting for the other shoe to drop, meaning that if you're only the sole provider and you're paying all the bills, even down to the point you giving her a budget. So
no,
let's say you get no,
I never said she'd had a budget.
okay.
So how does she what do you give her for allowance or what I see I
Is she allowed to work?
Just go if she needs something, she goes out and buys it.
Is she allowed to work?
so is she
Sure.
allowed to go out and buy whatever she wants?
If she's responsible as me, yes. Is she
But
going to
she
go
just
out and
can't
buy
talk about.
$75,000 handbags? No.
Okay,
But if she wants to go out and spend, $1,000 on, getting her and the kids some clothes or whatever the case may be, then so be it.
I just want to
all
go
right.
get me some freaking Louis Vuitton red bottoms. I
But
mean,
see,
I don't
that's a
see what
waste
the
of.
problem is.
With you, no, 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 no. On my end, with your own money, with your own money,
So
it
what if
won't
she
come out my
doesn't work
pocket.
and what if she doesn't work and he's the sole provider
Oh, then
and
then that's B relationship. That ain't my relationship. That's on B because B can afford it. Gray Pill can't.
that's because B can afford it. See?
Yeah.
But that's a different situation. Like I
So
said,
going back to
I
abuse.
wouldn't I
So
wouldn't spend $1,000 on a wallet for myself.
so
I'd be
so
upset if she
going so
spent a
going
thousand
back
on
to
food.
abuse, controlling the finances in the household without discussions such as taking your money or refusing to provide money for necessary expenses. 90% of the time, these women or men are stay-at-home parents. They don't work, so they are depending on their significant other to provide.
Yeah, but that's another form of relationship though. But if we're talking about okay, now I see where you're going with this. That's another form of control what leads to abuse.
Yes.
Uh,
All right, I got you.
Pressuring you to have sex or to perform sexual acts you're not comfortable with.
that should be daily.
The
I'm
booty
kidding.
is a no.
I was joking about that being daily.
Exit only. And then you have some women that are like, pick a hole, any hole, just don't swap holes.
You got some that are down for whatever.
Yeah.
This is true.
Okay.
This is true.
Pressuring you to use drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, that's a no-no for me. I remember even in high school, like I the first time I actually had drank anything was like when I was 27, and even
Holy
then all through
shit.
high school, I was like virgin lungs, virgin everything. Technically still is. I got like a whole shelf full of everything, and I don't really touch it. Um, but yeah, to me that's another form too. It's like the peer pressure of the friends or the relationship. And it's like I don't know. It's weird. It's like how some people say or do it. Let's say, for example, I don't drink, but she drinks, and then I might have like some soda, tea, or some water at the dinner table. She's like, "Baby, you don't want to have none? No, I'm good. You sure you don't want to have none? No, I'm good." Then like a month later, come by like, "Ugh, you don't never want to take a drink with me. What?
Yeah. But if you're not a drinker, they can't pressure you into drinking or doing illicit
But it's
substances.
yeah, but those comments though. So this what comes back to that red flag and the you tolerate and what you don't tolerate. Like if they know I don't drink, like I am a social drinker. Like if I drink, really don't even do that. I'm at home. It might be one glass, and that's like once in a blue moon. If I'm out with friends, I'm more about the food than the drinking anything. That is me. So,
Yeah.
but if I have my friend or like that significant other know that that's a boundary, like that's a line I won't cross. But if she keep like making jokes or like make them little snide comments, to me that's a red flag. Because if she can do that, then she might do something else toward my personality, my boundaries I already crossed that I will not do. Hence the finger in the butt, B. It's a no
Yeah.
no. Oh, come
Uh,
on, I'm just no. You first you
it's
mess around the
it's
shaft. Now you win the
it's
ball. Now you run. No.
it's pinky to the first knuckle, right?
Yeah, no, no, no. No.
That's okay. I'm an exit only kind of girl too. I'm like, that is not a playground. That's a litter box.
I don't know anybody that plays in it, but okay.
Only other kitties do. I don't know. Okay. So, intimidating you through threatening looks or actions. I told you. No. Yeah. No. Red
When the
flag.
girl mean mugs on you if you make a decision without her.
That sounds like parents. I literally just had flashbacks of my parents.
Mhm. And it's still a form of control. That's how they control their children, is by like,
That boy, I'll slap
one,
the shit out of you when we get home. Look,
don't make me get to 3. Okay. Insulting your parenting or threatening to harm or take your children or pets. It does happen. It does happen. You're a terrible mom. You're a terrible dad. I'm going to take our kids and leave. That puts fear in somebody. It's emotional. Intimidating you with weapons like guns, knives, bats, or mace or fists. Destroying your belongings or your home. Gee, B, you know someone who just went through this not about a couple of years ago. A litter box. Oh my effing God. I'm rolling on the floor laughing my A off. That's what I call it, a litter box. No playing with my litter box. No tossing salad either. Definitely ain't kissing you after that. Okay.
Oh, come here, sugar.
Remember, no one deserves to experience abuse of any kind for any reason. Okay, let's go back to types of abuse. Okay, so we did that. Physical abuse. Physical abuse is one of the most easily identified types of abuse. It involves using physical violence or threats of it to maintain power over the individual. Because of this, survivors are afraid and uncertain when the more abuse will occur. And it's a cycle. There is an abuse cycle, and it may show it here soon. And it's like there's abuse, and then it starts off with the honeymoon phase, and then it becomes verbally abusive, where, for instance, like, I don't like what you're wearing. And then it becomes to, if you don't do this or do that, and they gradually get worse. And then it goes to physical, and then they go back to the I'm sorry and honeymoon phase again. It's a cycle.
That's every woman I've ever dated. We split up, and then they're back ringing my phone off the hook because I've had the same number for 30 years.
See, I would have changed my number. This often reinforces the regular use of or other subtle types of abuse. And that's when the emotional abuse comes in. And that's, like that honeymoon kiss up phase. It says you might experience physical abuse if your partner has repeatedly does any of these following behaviors. Emotional abuse includes non-physical behaviors that are meant to control, isolate, or frighten someone. These behaviors are often more subtle and hard to identify, but they are just as serious as the other types of abuse. And that was what I was saying earlier when it came to, the overly jealous. I'm not talking about, feeling insecure about where you're at in your relationship, because that's normal to a point. But when someone is, say that whole scenario earlier happened, and now they're sitting back in their booth and he's screaming and yelling at her, that's abuse. If you're not happy with the situation, then get out. For the male or for the female, whoever the one is doing the abusing, instead of abusing that person because of their choices or the way they decide to do things, just get away from it. These behaviors are often more subtle. Okay. You may be in an emotionally or verbally abusive relationship where your partner attempts to exert control by sexual abuse. Is when your partner, where did the rest of that go? Oh, there it is. Calling you names, insulting you, or constantly criticizing you, acting jealous or possessive, or refusing to trust you, isolating you from family or friends or other people in your life because it makes someone easier to control. And that was the isolation part. Monitoring your activities with or without your knowledge, including demanding to know where you go, who you come in contact with, and how you spend your time. Attempting to control what you wear, including clothes, makeup, and hairstyles. Sound familiar, B? Humiliating you in any way, especially in front of others. Gaslighting. Gaslighting is the worst, I think, out of those. I'd rather be told I don't look good in something or not to wear something than gaslighting, because gaslighting will make you rethink what your own personal reality is. Like, did this shit really happen?
See,
Is
that's why I
this
told you
really
look like crap
happening?
earlier. That's why I said you look like crap earlier. I didn't want to gaslight you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Gaslighting, you pretending to not understand, you by pretending not to understand or refusing to listen to you, questioning your recollection of facts, events, or sources, trivializing your needs or feelings, or denying previous statements or promises. So, like, for instance, on this one can be a little in that gray area where, honey, I'm not feeling very good today. And instead of them being, empathetic, oh, you're fine. That can be very hurtful, especially if you're really not feeling very good. But now there is hypochondriacs and they do that for, attention. But we're trying to stick to, like, real situations. Threatening you or your children and family or your pets with or without weapons, or unaliving your pets. Been there. Damaging your belongings, including throwing objects, punching walls, kicking doors. How many people in chat have ever been so upset that you broke something or kicked something? Don't do it in front of your kids, please. Not only do the kids learn this behavior, but if CPS ever sees you do that, you will lose your kids, even by yelling at your significant other in front of your kids. It is emotionally damaging, and they can take your children from you on just those grounds of verbally fighting. So keep that in mind. So if you're in a situation like that, please seek help. Please seek help. Blaming you for their abusive behavior. This is at the top of my list. It is not my fault how you feel about a situation. And do not blame me because you can't control your emotions. Remember that. I cannot be mad at Gray for the way he feels about something. He can't be mad at me either. Same thing with B or Marzi or Get to Know or Opa. Because we all as individuals are in 100% control of ourselves. So I can't say, well, Gray pissed me off so bad I broke my monitor. And it's your fault. I can't do that because I'm an adult and I have to be in 100% control of my feelings and my emotions. And that goes back to the conversation of how you handle a situation when you see your woman talking to a guy and you don't know what the situation is because you're not the fly on the wall over there, but you are in 100% control of that situation and you can't jump down her throat. Now, do you understand why I said that, B? Because
Nope.
you are in 100% control of your feelings, no matter what that other person does. You have to maintain your composure. You can't lash out at them. If you're unhappy with it, walk away.
I still don't agree with that, but
Yeah, and that's in a court of law because you can't say, well, she made me do it. The judge is going to say, no, she didn't.
But you can't control all parties.
Someone can yell at you, B. If someone is screaming in your face, and I'll ask Gray this. Gray, a guy's yelling in your face. And he's up in you and he's like, rah, 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 but he hasn't put his hands on you. Do you just be like, yeah, whatever, F off and walk away? Or do you hit him?
It depends on the situation, because first of all, I will never allow a person that get close to me like that. Um, I had situations where you might have like random people just like do some stuff, and my instant response, maybe because I'm from Jersey, I instantly just turn around, just look at them like, "Are you okay?" Like after that, it might come to the physical altercation. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because it's a guy thing. I don't know how to explain it. It's like if I'm testing B for no effing reason, or I'm just ignorant for no reason, and then then B as another guy is gonna like, okay, well, I'm gonna show some masculinity versus masculinity and see who back
I'll
down.
put hands on you.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it come down. But the world we living in now, I don't. You got the random one, just stupid ones. That's why I said when I turn around, look at people like, are you okay? After that, it's like I'm going to have to do something at that point, or literally, I 90 times will walk away. It just depends on the situation, but 90 times instantly, I'm thinking I'm a walk away from the situation, because if I start something I know I can't finish, I'm not gonna finish it. I'm not gonna stop. Like if B just come and just do something, just like starting some crap just out the blue, you just don't know. Like it's different how people react and respond to people. You just have some people just don't care. Like they'll throw hands, we throw hands, because you might
Mhm.
just brush up against it wrong. But that's pretty much why not to not stay home. But if I decide to walk out my door, you just carry yourself a certain way. Doesn't mean you're a punk, whatever. You just carry yourself a certain way. You go handle your business, do what you need to do. Some people like to talk too much. I got a cousin, he's very a social butterfly, but at the same time, he's almost like 7 feet tall. Why does this as B's avatar look? He's a huge bear. You know what I'm saying? He may look cuddly, but you make him mad, he's coming. So it just depends.
Exactly. So now say he's provoking you. If you throw hands in a court of law, and I look at this from emotional relationship perspective, and I'm also looking at this from a legal perspective. Whoever throws hands first is going to be in the wrong. So
But
say
does it
someone does.
Sorry, go ahead.
So for instance, you're in a relationship and your old lady pisses you off that much and you punch a wall or kick a door or throw an object. Yes, hey, I'm guilty of it too. I have thrown stuff before. I can't say I've ever kicked a wall or punched a door, but I can say I have thrown stuff before. Not specifically at someone, but I've thrown stuff before. And I was really upset. And I had found out that my ex had cheated on me. And so I got the trash can and I took everything that was from our wedding and I destroyed it. That is abusive behavior. It is.
But Inky, but you're talking about something that's a validated emotion
It
versus
may
what.
be validated emotion, but if I had to go in to see a judge,
No, but
he
I'm
would
going.
not be validating that.
But I'm just going. I get what you're saying, because I think it's levels to this. If you found out that person did something like that horrendous to you, and you feel like you want to smash stuff, okay, cool. That's one thing, right? But if you coming at that person attacking physically, to me that's a legal matter. That's a whole different story. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Versus the other, me going where I need to go, and you're saying somebody coming, because I had that happen too. But again, you have to understand and learn how to walk away from situations like that. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And the only way you're going to learn it, either take a daggone course, or B, you're going to take L's. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of coming up when you're a kid or in high school. Sometimes you get in fights or you get a bully. Literally, your mom, your dad, the cop, the principal, teacher, everybody's not going to be there every second of the day. So you got to kind of figure out how to maneuver it. I'm not saying run around scared like on them little TV shows. Shout out to the Wonder Years, but you have to learn how to figure out certain things for yourself to say, hey, how do I, sometimes you might have, hey, let me get stronger, let me look intimidating, or let me be one of the cool kids, let me be with the cool. It's like all these different scenarios or tools you got to have under your belt. You know what I'm saying? Or be a loner to the point like, yo, but now I only can speak for the world now, and maybe B can chime in as we want or correct. I feel like the world we're living in now is to the point where how I deem the old heads up now. Some people, I think the older you get, a lot of guys don't have the patience for people no more. Back then, they're like, "Yo, I'll give you hands." Now it's like, now I understand how the old dudes do it. They whip out a blade real quickly, like, "Yo, you just really just do, yeah, they really just do that." So I don't know. That's why I say I rather just keep to myself and go from day to day.
But some people expect things like that, like back to the relationship thing.
Yeah, some will be
They-
like, you say something to me, you're gonna catch these hands.
well, no, like good example. Like I said, they expect it. Like I had my surgery, and after I got out of my surgery, I hadn't been to work in months. So we had a company function, and I met up with some old coworkers. Um, Out of nowhere, one of the girls I used to work with come running up to me and just about
Look, see, he was already cheating on me with some coworker.
exactly. So she comes running up to me, jumps, she goes, Bill. She runs up, wraps her legs around me, her arms around me, and like
What?
blindsides me, like almost knocked me over. Almost knocks me over. Um, she then gets I about collapsed because I just had heart surgery. And obviously didn't
See,
see
that's
this
what you get for
person.
letting another woman be hanging all over you like that.
Well, that's immediately after she apologized. She forgot that I just had surgery, and she goes, "Oh my God!" She goes, "What's wrong with me?" And she's like looking around. I said, "What are you looking for?" And she's like, "I don't know if you're like married or something." But she was expecting to have to basically defend herself against some woman who, in your eyes, said should have said that or should have been able to control herself. But she was already like Greg was just saying, people, or I was saying about his comment, people almost expect it nowadays. They expect that battle.
You're
It's
gonna
not
catch
that.
these hands. There you go.
Well, that's kind of what she was
You're
expecting.
gonna
She's like,
catch these hands.
she was kind of expecting a woman to be running up and coming at her. That was one of her concerns. She's like, "Oh my God, I don't know if you're married or whatever." But
Hi, son, honey. Welcome in, Phil.
why am I not seeing these new people?
I don't. They've been in here for a minute.
Hey, on that note,
So,
I'm closing out. I'm gonna be in the chat, Inky, and I'm hearing everything from there.
okay, you're welcome to come back up when you get where you're going.
No problem. I appreciate the conversation. Appreciate you, B.
Yep.
Thank you. Get to know says if you get in my face, you're gonna catch these hands. Blaming you for their abusive behavior. So this goes back to someone blaming their partner for their own behavior. Not good. Don't do it. And I see a lot of that on this platform where we have been blamed for someone else's. Well, if you wouldn't have went over here, then we wouldn't have done this. Or if you wouldn't have done that, we wouldn't have done this. That's bullshit. That's abusive. That's emotional damaging. That's emotional abuse. It doesn't matter. It's emotional abuse. So accusing you of cheating or cheating themselves and then blaming you for cheating. So that means so accusing someone of cheating or them cheating and then blaming you that they cheated. It's your fault that I cheated. So again, that is emotional abuse. That's like, what did I do to make you cheat? Like, what did I? And I got this a lot in counseling. Was I didn't edify my ex enough, and so he was getting that that is a major mental health exactly. That because I didn't edify him enough, he cheated. No,
That's
that
like
means you just couldn't keep your pecker in your pants, and you're using that as an excuse.
Like my ex said, I was always at work. That's why she cheated. Yeah,
Exactly. And that is a form of abuse. And these are these little red flags. So for those of you that are just coming in, we're just going over red flags and recognizing different types of abuse and then how to deal with those types of situations. So Sun Honey says Someone that can never take responsibility for their own behavior. Amen. Exactly. Like it's almost like they're afraid to say, I messed up. And the purging thing, Gray asked me what purging was. And purging is where I went back and I reflected on my behaviors in my relationships with my spouse and my kids and family members. And I went back and I thought about it. I'm like, okay, well, this is where I should have done this differently, or this is where I should have done that differently, or maybe I should have, thought about this, more thoroughly before taking this specific action. That's what purging is to me. And that's what I went through. And I spent a lot of time crying and really just getting out my past emotions that I had held in for, 48 years of everything from my mom passing away to, dealing with a broken home and broken marriage and, feeling broken afterwards. And then to go through an abusive situation after all of that, it just compiled it to where when you've been through a situation that was extremely toxic and extremely abusive, you feel less worthy. And it's like you don't have the mental capacity or ability to be better for someone else, I don't even know how to explain that emotion. Like you're not, I won't say worthy. It's more like you don't have anything to offer. And so you have to kind of like get rid of the old baggage and start anew. And remember that you are worthy and there is someone out there that's going to love you through who you are. And this is, learning to be equally yoked with somebody, learning what is a good person for you outside of how cute they may look or how much money they may make or what they have to offer you. And this is about, what do I have to bring to the table? What do they have to bring to the table? And is this a good, cohesive relationship? I hope that made sense and it wasn't too winded.
Very winded.
Okay. Cheating on you intentionally or hurt you, threatening to cheat on you again, or suggest that they're better than you. Cheating on you intentionally to hurt you and threatening to cheat on you again. And again, suggest that they're better than you. Like, if someone's cheating on me, that means that you are not better than me. Or cheating on with you someone that's better than you. Cheating again to suggest that they're better than you. Oh, maybe they're speaking of the person is obviously better than them or they wouldn't be cheating. I guess that's how I would have to look at it. I'm cheating on you with this other person because this other person is better than you. Then why don't you leave if they're so much better? No, you would rather sit here and torment me and mentally and emotionally abuse me that way. Telling you that you're lucky to be with them and that you'll never find someone better. You know what you do? You give them a big middle finger and say, F off. And then do your damnedest to be better than you were the day before. Get to know says that. I'm better than I was yesterday, and I'm hoping to be better tomorrow than I am today. Is that not what Get to Know says? I believe that is what he says. Okay, moving on. Sexual abuse. Sexual abuse is when a partner controls the physical and sexual intimacy in a relationship. This often involves acting in a way that is non-consensual and forced. You might experience sexual abuse if your partner has or repeatedly does any of these following things. Make you dress in a sexual way you're uncomfortable with. Insult you in sexual ways or call you explicit names like the CUNT word, can't understand native tongue. Force or manipulate you into having sex or performing sexual acts, especially when you're sick and tired or physically injured from their abuse. I'm doing better today than I was yesterday, and hopefully I will be doing better tomorrow than I am today. That's it. strangle you, or restrain you during sex without your consent. You did notice it says without your consent. So it's not abuse if you say, hey, honey, I kind of like it a little. Okay. It's not. It's only if you don't agree with it. And if you do agree with it, please have a safe word. And make sure that they understand that you have a safe word. They hurt you with weapons or objects during sex. Involve other people in your sexual activities against your will. There is no problem with swinging if you are into that type of lifestyle. But if you are not into that type of lifestyle, that is sexual abuse. So say you're not into that type of lifestyle, the swinging lifestyle, and they're like, no, we're having this person come over and this is what we're going to do, then that is a form of emotional abuse and sexual abuse. When they ignore your feelings regarding sex, and that is like, for ladies, that's like, oh, you're going a little too deep, that makes me uncomfortable, and they don't care. Or men, if they say, hey, you're being a little too rough, easy with the teeth, or don't squish my peanuts like that. It's still, or for instance, Grace says that no playing in the kitty box, and someone violates him doing that. Same thing. Forces you to watch or make pornography. So if you're, again, not into that type of thing, and they say, nope, this is what we're going to do, or they take video of you, and then, and ladies and gentlemen, please, 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 please remember, always pay attention to your surroundings if you're in a new relationship with somebody, because it could be used against you later if you don't know. So try not to agree to something like that unless you really, really are secure in your relationship, because it could end up on the dark web. Intentionally give you or attempt to give you sexually transmitted infections. Now, this one is a new one, and in some states it is illegal, and it is a convictable offense. So, for instance, like AIDS used to be a convictable offense as far as, I believe it was the death sentence. If someone was to, do that and not tell you, yeah, or HIV, I believe. Okay, financial abuse. B, do you have any comments on any of those?
No.
Okay, so you understand that, you're allowed to tell her no during sex.
I tell them no all the time.
Okay. Financial abuse. Financial or economic abuse occurs when an abusive partner extends their power and control in your financial situation. Below are ways to identify the different types of abuse in your relationship pertaining to financial abuse. Providing an allowance and closely monitoring how you spend it, including demanding receipts for purchase. So say this was a big conversation, not but maybe 20 minutes ago. Providing an allowance. She should have, it should be more, if you are the sole provider of the family, she should be able to spend as much as you do without having to be closely monitored. I've been abused a lot in the bedroom. And I have to agree with this one, because even if you are the sole provider of the family, I believe that I would have just as much access and right to any funds spent as you would. If you're out buying whatever, then I should be able to go out and buy whatever without you telling me that's stupid or whatever, because again, that's abuse. That's telling me what my idea of something that makes me happy is stupid. If I want a pair of red bottoms, I want a pair of red bottoms. Go out and buy yourself a motorcycle. I don't care. But you know what I mean. Depositing your paycheck into an account you can't access. And that's where, the other party's working, and the one party's working and the other party is collecting all the funds, and then they're doing what they want with it and giving you an allowance to go, here you go. It's like you're a little kid. No, it doesn't work that way. If you're in a relationship, it's 100. If you're putting in 100, the other person needs to put in 100. I don't want no damn allowance. I went through that shit. No, not going to happen.
Okay, so you say 100, 100. If somebody's putting in 100% of their paycheck, shouldn't you be putting in just as much money?
If she's a stay-at-home mom,
Doesn't
she is
matter.
putting in 100. Nope. If she's a stay-at-home mom, she is putting in 100. That means she's taking care of the house, the kids, and all that. And you're working. There's no difference in those two jobs, except for one, you get paid with edification in the family, and the other one gets paid in monetary cash. Any lies about finances is another red flag. Yes, it is. I agree, son, honey. Hi, Live with Nick. Great pillow. He's like, I'm glad I got down now. Oh my. Preventing you from viewing or accessing the bank accounts. No, I have just as much right. If we are married, I have just as much right to know what's going in and out as you do. Amen. Stop you from working, limiting the hours that you can work, getting you fired, or forcing you to work certain types of jobs. Oh, here we go. For those of you that are in the adult industry, if they knew you before, understandable. If they met you after, don't let them try to change you. And they always will. If you are in like the film industry or anything that's going to draw attention to you, a abuser is going to want to take that away from you. One, it makes you happy. Two, it makes you independent. And one thing that men or women need to know, if someone has some kind of significance in the community or film or adult industry, they are with you because they want to be. If you have a lesser of a job or you're not as popular, they are with you because they want to be, not because they need to be. And this goes for women that are the primary. Men, they are with you because they want to be. Men, when you're with a woman that doesn't work, that stays home and takes care of the family, you should be with her because you want to be.
I only date
Not to control her. And ladies, don't take advantage of it because he's with you, because you're bringing, the only thing you're bringing to the table is what you can do emotionally or physically around the home, not because you're bringing in monetary gain. Maxing out your credit cards without permission, not paying the credit card bills or otherwise harming your credit score. Bam, got that one done too. Yeah. Stealing money from you, your family, or your friends. Withdrawing money from the children's savings account without your permission. Living in your home but refusing to work or contribute to the household. That's a louse. That is a louse. If someone is not contributing either monetarily, emotionally, physically, again, this is, it has to be like you put in 100%, they put in 100%. You know that it's equality, even though it's different. Understanding if they're just sitting around the house, smoking weed all day, doing nothing, but living off you. Yeah.
Do you know my ex?
Men, huh?
I said, do you know my ex?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. They have to be doing something. They have to be contributing some way to make it equal. You know, forcing you to provide them with your tax returns or confiscating joint tax returns. Refusing to provide money for necessary or shared expenses like food, clothing, transportation, medical care, or medicine. Digital. Oh, do you have anything to say about that one?
I'm fine.
No comments from the peanut gallery?
Oh, now I'm a peanut gallery. See? Stop abusing me.
Digital abuse, ladies and gentlemen, there is things called digital abuse. The use of technology and the internet to bully, harass, stalk, intimidate, control a partner. This behavior is often a form of verbal and emotional abuse conducted online.
Like Inky putting my nudes out there.
Porn revenge. So if you or someone you know needs to hear this, please go get them and bring them in. Send out the bat signal, because I'm sure there's quite a few people that need to hear this. Brah! Laugh out loud. Brah. When I was able to work, my wife was not required or expected to get a job. My house was always clean. The kids were always taken care of. Dinner was always on the table every night. Bills were always paid. And that is a mutual agreement. And that is it's content. It's not a bad thing. That's she's doing her portion, he's doing his portion. It's not like he's doing all the work and she's doing nothing. Household necessary things were taken care of, and all of it was great. Yes, it can be very very good thing. And I'm a firm believer that there should be someone at home taking care of those babies. Those babies do not need to go to daycare, because it's someone else is raising your kids. Someone else is teaching your kids their manners and their behaviors and how they're going to be. They're rearing your kids, not you. So I am not a big fan of daycare. Plus, weird things happen in daycare. So please be careful if you do have to take your kids to daycare. I know that there is some areas where it is a necessity. You're a single parent. But if it's a dual parent household, live within your means and try to stay home as much as possible with your kids and teach your kids your traditions, not someone else's traditions. Hi, Arctic Wolf. Welcome, welcome. Exactly. That was 100% her job. Yes. Okay. Examples of digital abuse. Telling you who you can or cannot follow or be friends with on social media. Just so you guys can see this, I'm going to share this screen. This is called digital abuse. And when we get into group chats, channels, we enjoy going and watching a specific creator. This can happen quite frequently, as you all well know. Again, and I'll start over. We got a couple of more people in here. Should I wait a little bit? Should I give it a couple of minutes? Let a couple more people come in?
I don't know.
I was talking to the chat.
Oh, excuse me.
See
how abusive she is, guys?
Mr. I don't have anything to say.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to shove hummus down my throat.
Oh, I love hummus. Okay, we have 8. I'll get started. Maybe a couple of more will pop in. So digital abuse. Digital abuse is the use of technology and the internet to bully, harass, stalk, intimidate. I'm seeing the abuse. That's it. Time out. Just kidding. Harass, stalk, intimidate, or control a partner. This behavior is often a form of verbal or emotional abuse conducted online. These are the examples of digital abuse. Telling who you can or cannot follow or be friends with on social media. There is no one is going to tell me who I can or cannot follow on social media. And because I followed that person, that group, that I made them do something. Or I get X'd out because I didn't want to listen to someone. I am an adult. You are all obviously adults and have the right to follow and choose who you watch or don't watch. That reminds me of being a child saying, it's past 9 o'clock. You can't watch this show. It's the adult time. I don't give a crap if it's a sexy superstar.
You haven't heard that song, It All Goes Down in the DMs? What if they're DMing them?
You know, there is a thing, gray pill, it's called lust. Or covet. And so sometimes, and this happens a lot with porn, is men get addicted to seeing a specific porn star, and they manifest ideas and stuff in their mind, and it can become addictive. And masturbation is an addictive trait. Just letting you guys know out there, ladies, just letting you guys know it can become very addictive, and there is therapy for that. And I wasn't making a joke, I was being serious. But we can become infatuated with people that we see online, whether
Like
they're
me.
whether they're a movie star or someone on YouTube, someone on Twitch. Yes, that type of abuse can happen to anybody. Yes, it can. Yes. Sending you negative or insulting or threatening messages or emails. Yes, women like porn too. Yes. Is it K? Is it K, Nick? Using social media to track your activities. Hey, there's some women that are into that type of thing. It gives them ideas. You should be using it as a teaching mechanism, or like a teaching material, instead of for self-gratification. But hey, that's just me. If you're going to watch it, hey, at least learn it and use it with me. That's how I kind of look at it. Sending, requesting, or pursuing you to send unwanted explicit photos or videos, sexting, or otherwise compromising messages that will be used against you at some point when they are pissed off at you, because any man or woman that respects you would not ask you to do these types of things, because they are respecting you, one, as another human being, or as the man or woman that you are. Arctic Wolf says he reads the Playboy before the articles. I always liked them for their funny section or the horoscope. Okay. Stealing or insisting on being given your account passwords. Now, I've been through that before. If you're not doing anything that you shouldn't be doing, it shouldn't matter. But I'm not going to ask unless you've given me a reason to ask, kind of situation. I would not ask you for that kind of validation unless I already know you're doing something stupid. Period.
I've met some women that get really upset if you pick up their phone.
I don't like my phone messed with.
Why? If you're not doing anything wrong.
I just don't like my phone messed with.
Oh.
But if I'm in a relationship with somebody, they have 100% access to it. Shit, my kids know my passwords.
Because your kids got
yes,
your phone
get to know. They do. Yes, get to know. They do have words. And the pages don't stick together naturally.
Jesus, where's your mind at?
Okay. Looking through your phone or checking up on your pictures, texts, or phone records. You shouldn't be digging. Don't look for something if you don't want to find it. Using any kind of technology such as spyware, GPS in a car or phone to monitor your activities. Man, they'd be really bored with me. Look at get to know. Oh, look. Oh, using smart home technology. Like, how you can say, Google, turn my lights on. Google, turn my lights off. Google, can you listen into this conversation?
Yeah, Alexa's
or
got that
you can say,
music.
yeah, I can't say it because she's sitting next to me, or I would say it, but I can't say it because then she'll be like, yes. Creating fake social media profiles in your name and image, or using your phone or email to send messages to others pretending it's you in a way to embarrass you and isolate you. Yep.
If you've got multiple social media accounts, you just have issues. I'm sorry.
I have multiple social media accounts. I have them all over the place.
Like I was saying,
What?
nothing.
Things to consider when dealing with digital abuse. Please remember, you never have to share your passwords. You don't have to let someone else see your personal belongings. But you shouldn't be hiding anything to make them want to ask. If they're asking you, they're either insecure or you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing. You don't have to send anyone any explicit photos, videos, messages that you're uncomfortable with sending. It's called sexting. That one happened to me right now. What happened to you right now, Arctic Wolf? The pages stuck together, or someone asked for your password?
Someone leaked his nudes.
Oh. Sexting can have legal consequences. Nude photos or videos of someone under the age of 18 can be considered child pornography, which is illegal to own or distribute. Now, on this section, if you are a parent and you think sexual abuse is happening in your home by your significant other, check their phone. And if you can, use your phone to record their phone so you can take that documentation to the police with you, because you need the evidence. Oh, someone is stalking you with a fake account with my real photo. Oh, I'm sorry, Arctic Wolf. So this is the exception to that rule. So parents, please, 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 if you think this is happening in your home, take all the evidence that you can and take it to law enforcement, please. It's okay to turn off your phone or not respond to a message right away. You have the right to your own privacy. You don't have to answer to every beck and call. Sometimes we need that timeout. Sometimes we need that break. There's days I don't even have my ringer on and I feel really bad, because if I'm really, really busy, I don't want to be bothered. I want to get my work done. I'm already easily distracted, and one little phone call can turn in a whole 4-hour distraction for me. So I do tend to turn off my phone and just leave my business phone on, because I don't need that extra distraction. And I'm not always really good at responding to emails right away. So if you've emailed me, please just be patient with me, because I either have a lot of things going on and I get to it. Recently, I've been very sick, and hopefully all that stuff will be nipped in the ass soon. But I'm normally, if you just text me, I'm pretty good about responding in somewhat of a timely fashion. Email is a little different because it comes out on another device. It doesn't come out on this device. Oh, he is. Maybe he thinks you're cute, Arctic Wolf. Okay. But no kind of stalking or harassment is okay. It's not. It's not okay to call people names. It's not. Arctic Wolf says he hasn't had a cell phone in 10 years. And if you do get these types of harassment or abuse, keep track of it and take it with you to law enforcement. Save or document threatening messages, photos, videos, voicemails as evidence of abuse. Always keep your, as they call them now, receipts until that situation is squashed. And if someone says, oh, I'll never do that again, that person has already proved their abusive behavior once, and they will most likely do it again to you or to someone else. And it's not your job, but helping others be aware of abuse always helps. you know, try to set the example of things not to happen again if it does happen to you. Don't answer calls from unknown or blocked numbers. Your abuser may try calling you from another line. If they suspect that you are avoiding them, find out if your phone company allows blocked numbers and how, if so, how many. I don't answer calls from unknown numbers. That's just me, though. If I don't know who it is and where it's coming from, I'm not answering it. Once you share your post or message, it's no longer under your control. Abusive partner may save forward anything you share, so careful in sending content you wouldn't want others to see. So I don't care if this is your Facebook, Instagram, or any other source of social media, YouTube, etc., Rumble, whatever. If you don't want it made public, make it private. If someone needs to know how to go through Facebook and make themselves private, their content, their information private, please contact me, email me, and I can walk you through it. It's not very hard, but it does take about 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes to go through and completely wipe yourself off of Facebook other than just a letter. And for ladies that are single or that are single and have children, it's probably more preferred for you to have your personal account that's completely private, and then you have another account if you do want a public account, to have a separate public account that you know that you don't care about that information getting out, because it will be used against you at some point, whether you realize it or not. Arctic Wolf, be nice, behave yourself. He must want the ladies to contact him. Okay. Know and understand your privacy settings. Social media platforms allow users to what allows users to control how their information is shared and who sees it. These settings are often customizable and may be found in the privacy section of the website. Know that apps may require you to change your privacy settings in order to use them. Be mindful when checking in places online, either by sharing your location or posting in photos and distinguishable backgrounds. So say you're going on a vacation. Okay. Post your photos after your vacation, because that means that your house is available to be attacked, to be under attack. Or you could have some crazy stalker out there that sees, oh, well, they checked in over here. Let me drive over there real quick if they are in close enough proximity to you. So I never suggest publicly posting your location just for that purpose, because you never know who's out there. Arctic Wolf, you're so silly. It must be his landline, because he said he didn't have a cell phone. Ask your friends to always seek permission from you before posting content that can compromise your privacy, and do the same for them. So say your kids are out and for Halloween, for example, say the kids are out for Halloween and you take pictures of them, always get permission from the other parent too, to make sure that it's okay if you post this in a more private setting. They may not want their kids on social media. They could have their own, sets of rules and stuff that they have for their own children. Even with your schools and whatever, schools also have a section that you can check off that if you want your kids to be, publicized. Avoid contact with your abuser in any capacity through technology, online or in person. Consider changing your number if the abuse and harassment doesn't stop.
I ain't never getting rid of my number.
Well, if you were in fear for your life, I'm sure you would.
I guess.
Arctic Woofy says he doesn't have kids. Okay. Moving on. Sexual coercion. Sexual coercion lies on the continuum of sexual aggressive behavior. It can range.
Sorry.
Coercion. What?
Never mind.
Sexually aggressive behavior. Okay. It can range from begging, please, persuasion to be forced sexual contact. But even if your partner isn't forcing you to perform sexual acts without your consent, making you feel obligated to do so is still sexual coercion. So if they are trying to make you feel bad for not doing something, it's still abuse. No matter what type of relationship you are in, you never owe your partner intimacy of any kind. I'm sure there's many people that are going to disagree with that statement. But in all honesty, it's not required. But you should willingly want to give yourself to your partner unless there's physical boundaries that are preventing you from doing so. Whether you've been abused before or at some point, or there's something mentally going on that you are not capable of, being comfortable with that act. Ways sexual coercion can occur. Okay. Implying that you owe them something sexually in exchange for previous actions, gifts, or consent. Well, I bought you a car, so you owe it to me. No, I don't. Thank you for the gift. But I bought you those brand new shoes and bag. Thank you. Now,
just putting it out there. I'm never buying anybody a car as a gift.
If they buy you something as a gift, it is a gift. And that goes for men and for women. Women, if you buying him gifts, he doesn't have to commit. Just saying. Giving you illicit substances to loosen up your inhibitions. This is where GHB comes in, date rape drug. Sounds like that is applied to people in relationships or something. I don't know. Using your relationship status as leverage, including by demanding sex in a way to prove your love, by threatening to cheat or leave. These things happen, people. These things happen. Promise you that.
No.
Reacting with sadness, anger, or resentment if you say no or don't immediately agree to something, or trying to normalize their sexual demands by saying that they need it. Ooh, have I heard that one before? I need it. I'm depressed. I gotta have it. Sounds like we need to take you down to a hookah store. Continuing to pressure you after you say no, or intimidating you into fear of what will happen if you say no. Bill, would you like to read this one?
What am I reading? Get to know? Why is my thing? I'm lagging really hard.
Get to know what?
No, there was a get to know message, something about his wife.
Oh, that was probably a while back. Arctic Wolf is the only one been chatting.
That's what I'm saying. I'm getting like a really bad lag. Okay, I refreshed it. Reproductive coercion. Coercion.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
I'm going to actually read it. What am I reading for? This isn't school. I can't read. Reproductive coercion is a form of power and control where one partner strips another of the ability to control their own reproductive system. I mean, it doesn't even have to be their reproductive system, though. That could be anything. Like Inky said, the litter box.
So this, for example, can be like, reproductive coercion is a form of power and control where one partner strips another of the ability to control their own reproductive system. So that is like a female forcing the male to go get fixed because she doesn't want to have any more kids. or vice versa. Him forcing her to get fixed because he doesn't want any more kids. If you don't want any more kids, then you fix yourself. Don't force the other one to do it.
But
And
isn't that a partner decision as well?
I believe that is a partner decision in some places. Like if you're in the military, I know that the women cannot unless the male says it's okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Proceed.
I thought you were reading. It can be
No.
difficult to identify this form of coercion because it's often less less visible than other types of abuse occurring at the same time. Other types of abuse occurring at the same time and may appear as pressure, guilt, or shame without having or having or wanting children or not having or wanting them. So this is another conversation that needs to be had at the beginning of the relationship. So, I mean, I would be right off the bat, like if I was still wanting kids, I'd be like, I want kids. Is this going to be a problem if this happens? Because I'm not down for, that law. I don't care what other people do, but I'm not down for it. So, and that's just my personal preference. But if it happens and I want to keep it, if it doesn't, so be it. It may appear as pressure, guilt, shame about wanting or not wanting to have them. Okay. Examples: refusing to use a condom or other types of birth control, breaking or removing a condom before or during sex, or refusing to pull out. So say she doesn't want to have them, then she should probably be on the pill if she's that afraid. So she doesn't have to worry about the other partner doing their due diligence. Me too, Arctic Wolf. Lying about methods of birth control, having a vasectomy, or being on the pill. I don't know why someone would lie about it, but I guess they could do that. Or trying to be with someone. I don't know. Oh, I guess maybe lying and saying that they had one and then end up pregnant. Yeah, maybe. Or they spend all their time trying to get pregnant and they got married and then they find out that that person was fixed. Removing birth control methods like rings, IUDs, and contraceptive patches, and sabotaging methods by poking holes in condoms or tampering with pills. Withholding money to purchase birth control. Monitoring your menstrual cycle to inform their abuse. Wow. Yeah, when a guy knows your menstrual cycle better than you do, I mean, that would be a red flag to me. Forcing pregnancy or not supporting your decision when or if to have children. I did have my last daughter with a donor because I wanted more children, and I was denied that. So I can agree with this one. Intentionally becoming pregnant against your wishes. These are topics that should be brought up in a relationship, like way in the beginning. So you're not like 5 years into it and you find out that person doesn't want kids or they want kids and you don't want kids, because that could be a disaster right there. Forcing you to get that word or preventing you from getting one. There's some places that you have to sign for it or used to be able to have to sign for it. I don't know if that's still a thing or not. Threatening you or acting violent if you don't agree to end it. And then they like beat you up trying to end it for you. So you don't even have to go get that. I've seen that before. Keeping you pregnant by getting you pregnant again shortly after you have a child. Yes, I've seen that before. Does anyone have any questions about that topic? I think it's predominantly, I think it might be predominantly male in chat, and they're probably all squirming around in their seats. Okay. Stalking. Stalking occurs when someone watches, follows, or harasses you repeatedly, making you feel afraid or unsafe. And this may occur from someone you know, a past partner, or even a stranger. This can include different types of abuse. And this is what it may look like: showing up at your home or workplace unannounced or uninvited. Showing up at someone's house, workplace, unannounced or uninvited is straight disrespect. If I have told you I am at work or I'm at home, I don't want to see you right now, or I'm busy, coming unannounced is disrespectful. Sending you unwanted text messages, letters, emails, and voicemails, that is harassment. It's if I've told you I don't want to talk right now, that I will get a hold of you when I am, if I'm stressed out or something. I will get a hold of you when I'm done dealing with what I'm dealing with, and someone keeps messaging you. It's harassing you. It's not being very mature. Leaving you unwanted gifts, items, gifts, and flowers. Calling you and hanging up repeatedly, or making unwanted phone calls to you, your employer or professor, or a loved one. Like the 1800s, keep the wife pregnant at all times, have like 12 kids. Yeah, no shit, huh?
Keep them barefoot and pregnant.
Yeah, that's a form of abuse, because then she will never regain back her body that she had previously to being pregnant. And it after so many kids, it can destroy all of those walls, all the interior female organs. And it can put your life at risk. But there's a lot of times that women don't even know that, by her getting pregnant could be very dangerous until it's too late. Nobody has ever sent you flowers, Arctic Wolf. I'm sorry.
Nobody sent me anything, Arctic. I get it.
Arctic Wolf needs flowers.
I need gifts too.
You need gifts too?
Yeah, nobody ever sends me gifts.
Using social media or technology to track your activities. Spreading rumors about you online or in person. Manipulating other people to investigate your life, including using someone else's social media account to look up your profile and befriending you to be friends in order to get information about you. That is probably one of the biggest things that happen here on YouTube. People will befriend you to learn you and harass you. There is some women that can be.
Most are.
I wouldn't say most. I just say they can be.
I'm not even joking. I guarantee most are in one way or another. I would go as far as to say like 95 are.
Really? What makes you think that? Tell me why.
How often do women say, "Oh, he's just a really nice guy"? No, he's a nice guy and he's got a good job, or he's got a nice guy and he does X, Y, and Z for my kids, or he's a nice guy and whatever. There's always something extra to it. It's not just because they enjoy his company. Never.
Can you explain more?
I just did. There's always something extra that goes along with it. When you ask 99% of the women to describe the guy that they're in love with at that time, he's a great guy, and then they'll go on to mention things like what he does for them, or his job, what he has the capability of doing. It's not just, I enjoy his company and he's a nice guy to spend time with. It's never that. You never, ever, ever hear that. Think about it.
I have a hard time understanding that perspective, but that's me.
Like I said, there's no females in here, I don't think, so that's a problem. But if you ask most women, they may say that he's a nice guy, but they will always lead into it with something that he can provide them, a service or whatever it may be, but it's always something that he's given that with him. Whereas a guy, for me personally, what makes this person so special? Because I'm happy around this person. You should be stress-free around that person. That person makes me forget about my worries or stresses. Someone I can talk to.
So you think women are abusive in that sense because they, instead of them saying, I just enjoy his company, this is what he provides me.
They always do.
And
Like
you
I
think
said, if
that's
there
a
were
form
women
of
in here,
So, in actuality, because you are a modern day guy, so in actuality, you prefer your woman to work. So, how much time do you actually get to spend together?
well, if we work at the same time, because I have the ability to change my shift, but if we work at the same time, I could spend the entire afternoon with them. Because if I'm not going to be spending time with them either way if I'm at work. But if we both work together, we can both build together, and financially, we can get to the point where neither one of us has to work anymore.
So, say she has a 9 to 5 job and you have a 3 to 2 a.m. job. She's sleeping by the time you get home. Or, sorry, excuse me, you guys don't even live together at this point. So, I'm trying to like grasp your concept because you would really only be able to spend time together on days that you both have off, or the other one has off and the other one isn't at work.
But
So
that's just it, though. Like I said, I have not everybody has this option, but I personally have flexibility at work. I can work the 6 p.m. to 2:30 in the morning, or I can work 6 a.m. to 2:30 in the morning, or I'm sorry, 2:30 in the afternoon. I can choose either one of those shifts.
okay,
So
but not everybody gets that option. The majority of people that work 9 to 5 jobs unless they live in a place that has graveyard or swing.
you're right, which is why I'm giving you my opinion from my point of view. So, like I said, to me, whether or not how much time I get to spend with them, I can really control it. If they work a 9 to 5 job, okay, cool. Well, I get up a little earlier than them, which ain't no one hanging out at 6 in the morning either way. And then, I get off work at 2:30,
Mm-hmm.
whether it be AM or PM. That gives me the rest of the time after that while they're at work to do anything I may need to do, spend some personal time alone or whatever the case may be. But I can make time for that person. So that's not an issue to me. But like I said, what I find in most cases, if you ask a woman, you ask a woman what she's looking for in a man. I guarantee you, if she doesn't know the questions coming, I guarantee she says one service or something he can do for her.
Hmm. Arctic Wolf says that's why, as alpha, I properly vet any woman to test her to prove that she is a lady of integrity, and that is why I am alone.
So Arctic agrees with me.
He also says that I would say most women are very abusive. Okay.
And that's
Okay.
why we do see a lot of women out here that are alone. Again, just my opinion.
Waiting around at places you spend time. Certain forums, certain social media, certain YouTube channels. So for
That's
those of you
stalking.
that are going through, this is understocking, I believe. Yeah, this is understocking. So for those of you that are dealing with this type of situations, please stay till the end of the video because I have lots of resources for you on how to handle these types of situations. If you are in a situation that is really bothering you. Damaging your home, your car, and other property. Hiring a private investigator to follow or find you as a way of knowing your location or movements. That's some shady shit right there. So those of you, please be careful if you are a creator on this social platform. And again, if you're having any issues with this, please send an email to me, contact me. We can work through it. Moving on to documenting abuse. Documenting the warning signs of dating abuse in every form that it has occurred will help provide proof of your partner's behavior if you ever need it for legal reasons or otherwise. And like I said before, please keep track of your documentation because law enforcement will need it. For some survivors, it can simply be useful to validate your experience and process complex emotions. And again, when you're finally able to release yourself from an abusive situation, setting a small little bonfire in a controlled environment and taking all that documentation and putting it in there, and it's like one of those ways of like releasing yourself from the stresses that it has caused you, and it's a way of purging. Keeping a journal of what you experienced, including descriptions of how the incidents made you feel, because you will need these if you ever do need to go to court as documentation, and you can refer back to them if you ever do need them. Writing down statements you or your partner or any witnesses make before, during, and after the abuse. Take photos if you have to. Recording dates, times, descriptions of the incidents. If furniture is overturned, if items were thrown, describe the scene. Take the photos of the damage, not just to the physical damage of, what is like the house or wherever, but also if you have any marks. And one of the best ways to do that is after an incident happens, take a nice hot bath and then take pictures, because the warm water helps draw those incidents out. So say you were hit, the bruise, it takes a little while for it to show up. But if you take a nice hot bath, it helps bring the blood to the surface of the skin, which helps show those for law enforcement. If the law enforcement is called, it can also help you for when you need to take pictures. I can tell a woman wrote that stuff, though, because it's mostly based on feelings and men are more logical. Documenting any injuries, no matter how small, with photos if possible. Seeking medical care, even if there is no visible injuries, especially if you have been strangled or choked. Filing a report with the police if you determine that it is safe for you to do so. And again, this is where we need to set it up for where you have a safety plan in effect. So if you come across a situation, you have that safety plan and you know what the next step is. And typically someone that's been through abuse has had to make a safety plan before. And sometimes it doesn't work because mentally you feel, again, it goes back to that feeling of inadequate. You're not going to be anything without me. And then it draws you back in to that relationship for justifying your feelings. And that moment of not being abused and them telling you they love you makes you, or they really like you and they need you or they care about you, helps validate those feelings that you were missing, and you end up back in that same position again. Documenting digital abuse. Documentation can be a very important way of substantiating claims that your partner is abusive. Threats and other controlling behaviors often occur online and over the phone, and your partner may even admit to abusing you in a message or post intentionally or unintentionally. If you intend to eventually seek legal help, legal recourse, evidence of the abuse will be important to building your case. Evidence of digital abuse is often fleeting and it may be easily deleted, whether by accident or intentionally. Take steps to secure documentation of any digital abuse you're experiencing. If you are going through digital harassment, digital abuse, anything like what has been going on in the recent months, get an external hard drive, because law enforcement is going to ask for it, and then you can just hand them the whole drive. Depending on how much you have, you may need a terabyte, 2 terabytes, 6 terabyte. I think they're up to 10 or 20 terabyte that you can purchase. But hopefully you're not in a situation that would require that much documentation. and you can nip it in the butt as soon as possible. Printing out emails, call logs, and contain evidence or information about the incident. Make sure the printout includes the sender, recipient, the date, and the time. Printing out text messages or taking pictures of phone display containing messages, contact information, date, and time. Always try to make sure you have the date and time, the sender, and the recipient. So all they have to do is look at it and say, this is who it was from, this is who it was to, this is the day that it happened. And if by chance they say, well, I did that in the past. So if you're trying to get someone to talk about it, like, well, you did this to me in the past. A lot of times, oh, thank you, Toe Jam. I'm still learning, so be patient with me, and I'll probably play some when I'm done with this stream, because it is a lot of fun. And I would like to buy the game. I really would. So if you'd like to donate to that, feel free. I have a Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, because I really would like to get the game and see what all it can really do. I heard that if you get the purchased version of it, it's way better. Anyways, moving on. So, you can always say, well, Jim Bob, you did this to me on this day. And a lot of times people that are abusive like that, they will say, well, that was in the past. That was 6 months ago. Bam, you got them. You got it. What they just said right there is they were admitting to the abuse. And, oh, you won't kill me so easily, though. Do you play too, Toe Jam? If you do, share your information and I can add you as a friend. But if you say something like that, you can actually get someone to admit to it, and then you have that documentation that you need. And a lot of times they're like, they go to defend themselves, and either if they didn't really do it, they're going to be like, I've never done that. But if they did do it, they'll be like, that was in the past. Printing screenshots of social media posts that contain evidence of abuse. This may appear in the form of admission of abuse, threats of violence, or even photos that you didn't consent to. Check your profile as well as your partners for evidence, because a lot of times they're proud of it and they'll gloat. I did A, B, and C. Yeah. Recording voicemails of abuse, including the time and the date of the message. If you have a smartphone, you have the ability to make videos, audio videos. And even if they don't know, you can still hit the video and hit record. It'll have the timestamp of the day. It'll have their voice. You have the evidence there. If you don't have a cell phone, camera, computer, or other technology to help you document abuse, consider visiting the public library to access computers and printers and possibly rental photo equipment. And hopefully you have enough of an allowance that they've given you to get photo equipment. To compile evidence of abuse. Friends and loved ones or community organizations may also be able to lend you technology to help you document abuse. Yes. Make sure all your documentation is stored in a place that your abuser is unable and unlikely to look. Be creative in how and where you store your evidence. Examples of ways to safely and creatively store digital evidence includes creating separate emails. That's the first thing a lawyer is going to tell you, is start up a new email for them to be able to commune with you, so the perpetrator doesn't have access to it. Any lawyer I've ever spoke with, that's the first thing they said is, can you make a separate email? Store everything you write as saved messages, compiled photos in one place, just to be sure not to use the account for other purposes. Memorizing passwords you create and avoid mentioning plans to people electronically. Yeah, don't talk about it. If you have something to say, I need to meet with you, and tell them, let them record the conversation so they have the evidence for you also. But make sure it's someone you trust that's not going to go behind your back and be like, hey, they're doing this and this, because that does happen. People will befriend you to find out what you know. So careful on telling the tea. Having a backup drive to upload any important documents or information, using a password protected online journal, taking care to keep your passwords private, hiding printed evidence in places your abuser won't look, like separate room or hidden in the basement. Flying monkeys. I love flying monkeys. I love that statement. Documenting sexual assault. This kind of documentation is deeply challenging step in the aftermath of abuse. Your safety should always be your first priority, but your long-term well-being depends on seeking support from someone you trust as well as medical attention. If you intend to pursue criminal legal charges against your attacker, you'll also need to take the steps immediately after the incident to document the abuse before cleaning yourself or changing your clothes. I know that sounds really hard to do, but they need that evidence. Now, because I've been in an abusive situation before, I remember that it probably took me 3 days to do that. I was talking about COD, my bad. Are you playing COD now? Toe Jam? Thank you for that $5 super sticker, super chat. Toe Jam, I greatly appreciate it. And Toe Jam, if you play, let me know. Put it in the chat or send me an email. My email should be in the About Me section. Send me an email and then I'll add you. Okay, Sweet Pea? If you're SA, try to get to a safe place away from your attacker where you can think through your next steps. You may be scared, angry, confused, and hurt. Remember that the abuse was not your fault. It's never your fault. And as I said earlier, no, I have but just a little 25 hours. I didn't see that topic. My bad. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine, sweetie. Steps to consider next during a type of situation like this is contact someone you trust and be careful that that person is not the medium between you and your abuser. And a lot of times they have befriended family members. They have befriended family members and they'll be like, I've never done that. I've never done this. I've never done that. And you know, and they know they're lying through their teeth. Having someone there to support you after your experience of an SA can help you express and process complex feelings in ways that doesn't threaten your safety and can give you room to focus on your healing. Again, that's like purging, because you need to be able to process everything that's been going on. You can give yourself room to focus on your healing while you get help with everything else. It's often useful to speak with a counselor, an SA hotline, or support group. If you don't feel comfortable reaching out to a friend or family member, you can always contact us. You can always contact Inky too if you need help in any of the above topics that we have been discussing today. Talk through your situation, identify available resources, go to an emergency room or health clinic. You have to do that within the first 48 hours before you take your first bath, because you need the evidence, you need the skin cells and everything else that's on person for law enforcement. I know it sounds gross, but they need it. It's extremely important if you seek health care as soon as you can after being SA'd. You expect to be treated for any injuries, offered medication to help prevent pregnancy or an STI, and have tests run to ensure long-term well-being. There also may be an SA advocates in the area where that can assist you in answering any questions. A SA nurse examiner, a SANE, can provide these services, collect evidence in case you decide to pursue legal action in the future. Report what happened. If you determine that it is safe for you to do so, you may report what happened to law enforcement to pursue criminal legal recourse against your attacker if you decide to do so. It's important that you do the best to avoiding altering or destroying any evidence of the attack to prepare for a stronger legal case. And as I said, like if you take a bath and get cleaned up, change your clothes, you're losing that very, very, very important evidence. All it takes is a little skin cell or a scratch under your fingernail. And that's all you need if it's someone that you don't know. If it is someone that you do know, try to get into a safe place. Women that have been in this or men that have been in this situation know they have to placate the situation first to diffuse the situation. And then at that point, you can move forward. And don't listen to anyone if they say, well, you know, this wouldn't have happened if you wouldn't have stayed. Because there's reasons why you stayed. And it doesn't mean you're a bad person for staying. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You didn't do that to yourself. It's their fault for not being able to control their behavior. And that goes back again. Everyone is in 100% control of their own behavior, regardless. That means don't shower, wash your hair, body, comb your hair, or change your clothes, even if it's hard not to. If you're nervous about going to the police station, it may help to bring a trusted friend with you, keeping in mind that any relevant safety considerations for them as well. Remember that you always have options. Speaking with one of our advocates can be a good place to start. Arctic Wolf says, if a woman sexually assaults me, I shouldn't take a shower for 48 hours. Okay, got it. Shall I go on?
You should congratulate her, Arctic. Sorry. Mouthful of food again. This hummus is just calling.
Food sounds good. I'm hungry. Maybe I'll eat something and then come back and we're going to play some Call of Duty.
This hummus is just calling me. It's so good.
Oh, zip it.
Well, I went to this Middle Eastern place and bought it like they make it fresh in the store. Oh, my God.
Ouch.
It's red pepper and garlic. Oh.
My desk abused me. I'm calling the police. That hurt.
Typical Yankee.
Okay, so drug and alcohol abuse. Unfortunately, being intoxicated from the use of drugs and alcohol may put you in situations where an abusive partner may try to take advantage of you. They may also try to get you intoxicated on purpose for purposes of taking advantage of you when you're unable to give your consent. It's like the date rape drug. Risk factors in considering when using drugs and alcohol include emotions that may be stronger than usual and can change quickly. Remember, when a sexual situation is taking place, a lot of oxytocin is released. And so you can feel that feeling of amour and ecstasy during sex. And it can fleet in a given moment. So keep that in mind. Bad or unsafe situations developing further, including in an abusive partner's escalation of force. And then you won't have the strength or the willpower to be like, no, I really don't want to do this. Bad and unsafe situations developing into further, including an abusive partner's escalation of force. Individual or family histories of addiction among you or your partners. Potential challenges of leaving a bad or unsafe situation, including and not being able to drive or find a trusted ride home. Unfamiliarity with your surroundings, difficulty remembering important information, or fear of other people finding out about your situation. So remember, kids, when you do things like that inhibit your ability to make sound mind body decisions, it could lead you down a path of destruction, not just with your own health, but in a situation where you could be abused and hurt further. Abusive partners often blame tend to blame the abuse on their partner's drinking problem, etc. Like, oh well, he wouldn't have done it if he hadn't been drinking, or she wouldn't have done it had she not been drinking. And that is to avoid claiming the responsibility of their own bad behavior. While drugs and alcohol do affect a person's judgment and behavior, they're never a justification for abuse. Your partner's actions while under the influence are still a manifestation of their personality. And if they are not violent while they are intoxicated, then they're likely to eventually become abusive while sober. Oh, sorry, I misread that. If your partner's action while under the influence are still a manifestation of their personality, and if they're violent while they're intoxicated, they at some point will be violent when they are not. And what is the saying be? A drunk man's words is a sober man's thoughts.
Yep.
Common excuses used by abusive partners to justify their behavior. I was drunk. I didn't mean to do it. You made me do it. I'd never have done that sober. And that was the oops, I slipped and fell on his pecker. The whole cheating thing. I was drunk. I didn't mean to do it. That's not who I really am. Drinking makes me a different person. No, it makes you the person that you are that you're not when you're sober. But it makes you the person that you want to be or that you are subconsciously. Many people who experience abuse use drugs and alcohol to cope with symptoms of trauma. I can honestly say I have made it through without that. I learned to cope with my situation utterly sober, except for the exception of Monster, which is not easy to do.
And cigarettes.
Oh, yeah, and my cigarettes. So when I started going into therapy and working with the attorney general, etc., they asked me, are you taking anything to deal with the trauma? Are you taking anything to help you deal with the abuse? And I said no. And it's not very often that people do that. But I wanted to make sound decisions when I was going through the process for a conviction. You don't want your decision making to be skewed by an illicit drug, prescription drug, or alcohol, because you want to be able to make those decisions that are in your best interest, your family's best interests, and whoever is your immediate family. Because it's not just you that it happens to. Because if you're being abused, I guarantee that a lot of times it's kind of branched out to either your children, your animals, close family members, if not their family members. And I think that is it, folks.
All right.
Do you have any questions? Arctic Wolf, I know you have 100 million questions. Thank you all for hanging out with me and listening to this. It's a lot of information, and sometimes it's not easy to get through, and it's very taxing if you have not been in that type of situation. It's hard to understand why someone would be in an abusive situation. Why don't they just leave? Why don't they just get out? Because it's not that easy once you've been there. Yes, get to know. You're welcome to come up here. Let me drop you a link. He's like, yeah, my question is, are you done yet? Just saying. Okay. This will be the last little bit of slideshow that I have for you. And I'm going to present share screen.
Where do we get our checks?
When are we doing bingo? You want to do bingo tomorrow? I can set up a bingo live for tomorrow. Okay. I hope you all can see that.
Nope.
You can't?
Nope.
Don't mess with me, B.
Never.
So, if you or someone you know is in a situation like this, here's some information for you to write down.
Contact Inky's friend. I kid. Sort of.
What? I don't have that written there. On the road again. I just can't wait to get on the road again.
Oh yeah.
Well, hello, get to know.
Hello, sweetheart. How are you?
I'm doing spectacular.
I'm looking spectacular.
Well, thank you.
Don't tell her that.
You're welcome.
Hey, that's a
you
beautiful.
hey. Don't tell me what to tell people. I'm just kidding.
You're being awful abusive.
Some of us like it, you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
It depends on what kind it is, I guess.
There you go.
Arctic likes abuse. I know Arctic said he likes the abuse.
Yeah, he said that, you know, if it happens to him, he's jumping on that bandwagon.
Well, like I said earlier too, you know, I was like, well, you know, if my wife tied me up during sex without my consent, I'm like, tie it up, baby. You know what I mean? Like, I'm down.
But what if she was like really abusive to you and like left you there tied up with no food or anything for days?
Well, I weigh 250 pounds, so I think I could last probably a good week without having to eat anything. You know, so I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh my
you know?
goodness.
See, men are so different than women.
Yeah. You know,
There's nothing you're going to tell a man short of violating his backside that when it comes to sex that a man is going to turn down.
Well,
I
I mean,
mean-
sometimes it happens and it's not with grown men, but it's with younger men and they don't want it, but they're kind of like coerced into it, whether it be with, hey, I'll take you shopping, or, you know, you never know. People are
Okay.
weird and it does happen, you know, so
Yeah.
please, I mean, get to know he could vouch for that. He knows that it happens and it's not,
Yes, I can.
it's not pleasant.
It's definitely something that I still struggle with to this day, and it happened over 30 years ago.
Exactly.
You know, so like I have a hard time. I have a hard time washing my legs and my feet and stuff because my back's so fucked up. So, like, whenever I take a shower, my wife will wash my back for me, and I'll be like, "Hey, you see that borderline right there? Don't even be thinking about going past there, because like it's you know, it's just it's definitely no fly zone for me."
You know, and men that have been abused aren't into that kind of play, and they are very like, hey, that is a no-go zone, don't even go near it. And then there's other aspects of them, and I can vouch for this because I know another gentleman that's been through it, and he is extremely oversexed and he goes through a deep depression, but then he abuses on the fact, himself abuses because he tries to push it on you that if you don't do it, then he's not going to be right. And he can't do that either, but that comes from his own trauma that he's learning to get through and deal with. But yeah, he's like, there's no ass play, not happening.
Yeah, like not even coming close.
Yeah, his not to be too visual, I guess, but he was abused, and it was his mother had a drug problem, and she kind of pimped him out, pretty much.
Well, I've
See,
never
So
been
she could use and shop and do things, and he was the one that got abused. So I mean, it does happen to men. It does.
Oh yeah.
And it was even going through what I went through, it was very, very hard for me to understand his situation, because I was just like, what? Like,
Yeah.
because you don't think of it as much. And even though I studied it and I wrote papers on it and I did my first video back in, I think it was 2009 or 2008, the one I played. I know it happens, but for me to hear another gentleman talk about it, like, oh my gosh, it's almost hard to believe. It's almost hard to believe. So here is a list here of the attorney generals for each state. And if you are someone is in immediate danger, please call law enforcement or 911.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to scroll this very, very slow. So for those that do need this information, they have time to write it down or copy the link. I will also post this link in the chat. I will copy this whole thing and post it in the chat. So you will have the link for your state. Matter of fact, I'll just do that now.
Oh, yeah. See, I know one of my friends, he, back like 5 or 6 years ago, he was at a party. He's an adult, well into his 30s. And he was at a party. He ended up passing out. And he woke up to feeling some pressure as a backside. And this mutual friend who happened to be homosexual literally fingerly violated him in his sleep. And like ever since then, he hasn't been the same dude. Like it's literally fucked his head up. You know what I mean?
I understand.
And yeah, like yeah, he definitely has some major boundaries that he doesn't even like to even be around it with people joking around ass play, you know what I mean? So yeah, when we playing bingo again?
I can set up a bingo live for tomorrow.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Just have to do it after my life. Like I'm gonna interview my dad. My dad he did a little bit of an interview before he got cut off on the 4th of July, and been a few people that asked for him to come back up and tell a story about just life and shit in general. It's not gonna really have to do anything with like being sexually abused or any of that shit, but just so people kind of know where I came from, So it'd be cool.
It's well, there's more than just sexual abuse, and I just went through them. Like there's more than just that. There's emotional, financial, physical. It is a plethora of things.
Yeah. There's definitely not a shortage of what kind of and how kind of ways people can be abused. That's for sure.
I'm posting all these links in chat in case people need them. And anyone is welcome to contact me if they would like someone to talk to or resources that I can help provide. Please let me know. My email is in my about section, right along with my nonprofit code. I like
That's
it. Domestic violence is everyone's business. Remember that.
Yes,
if you see something, say something.
Because like that's how I am. Like if you see something, say something. Even if what you think you saw isn't what you saw, no harm, no foul.
Right.
So
no doubt. And that could be from, you're like, hey, this guy's kind of acting kind of weird, or this chick was acting kind of weird with this kid or whatever. I mean, it doesn't hurt. If nobody's doing anything wrong, no harm, no foul. But if there is foul play in there somewhere, you could have saved a child's life. You could have, saved that child from being abused further. I mean, and if it's happening with the child and it's the partner, a lot of times it's happening to the partner. So, I mean, it can be really hard.
Yep, it can be.
So how was your day?
Good for the most part, I guess. Like, it was good. My son took this summer program this year for advanced students. He's so fucking smart, it's almost impossible to have a conversation with him. But he had his banquet tonight and shit, and it was good. It was good. I got out of the house for a minute. I had to find my center to get there to be able to do that because it's not easy for me to leave my house. So it's always kind of a struggle for me. But my wife and I, after the banquet, went and picked up some more dye for our tie dye, and we're finishing up an order for Iris Rainbow thing.
Mhm.
She ordered a couple of shirts from me, so that's cool. I enjoy doing tie dye. Like it's really therapeutic for me. So I'll have to send you some of the pictures of some of the tie dyes I've done. It'll blow your mind.
I see those in the back when when you go do your stream. I've seen those before, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I freaking love it.
Yeah, I've done.
Arctic Wolf says, I've never been sexually abused, but I have been physically abused and verbally abused, and I removed those people from my life. Amen.
Hallelujah. Hell yeah. Man. You know, I've always looked at like domestic violence and domestic abuse like that. I'm like, why do they keep going back? And I just can't understand it. And I guess the reason I can't understand why they just keep going back is because I've never been in that kind of relationship. I've never had to make that kind of decision. So in order for me to understand it, like I'd have to go through it, and I haven't. But I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Like if I'm not happy with something and I'm just not doing it. It's one that's always messed with me. You know what I mean?
Well, I can say this. So, in my situation, it started off with it was just me. And I made the excuse, well, if he wasn't drinking, he wouldn't be doing this. If he wasn't doing drugs, he wouldn't be doing this. And then it moved on to, after I had my daughter, actually with one of my other boys, he would grab him by the ear and drag him around and, that kind of physical aggression. And then later on with my daughter, I just noticed that she was acting very, very strange and things weren't looking like they used to. And if it was just me, I could handle the abuse. But when it came to my kids, it's where I drew the line. And once I had definitive evidence, because abusers, what they'll do is they'll make you think that it's in your head or it's someone else or it didn't happen. And that's the gaslighting part of it. And so it makes it very hard when you are in a situation where you can't just get up and leave. You have animals or you have, you're not working and they're the sole provider. And so then there's that financial abuse that kicks in and you can't just get up and leave. I told myself, Bill's probably heard this before, I don't ever want to be in a position where I can't get up and leave. Ever, 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 ever again. And like, I don't even want to have to go without a car because then I will feel trapped and that will trigger me and that will set my whole trauma off into the freaking moon. Like it's like uncontrollable anxiety. And so it's that feeling of feeling trapped. You don't know that you can leave. You don't feel like you can leave until someone steps in and takes you under their wing and they're like, I got you. And even at that, there's still something about them, whether it was the trauma bonding or something else, that it's hard to break unless it has to do with your kids. I mean, that was what the breaking point was for me. When my kids were involved is when it was the breaking point, and I just snapped. And I was like, I could deal with this abuse all day long by myself, but when it came to my kids, I couldn't do it. And you know, I am not super gung-ho religious type. You know, I am, but I'm not. I try not to outwardly be it, but I am internally. And so I did. I threw my hands up and said, God, you need to help me with this because I have no control. I let it all go. I can't fix this. I can't go back in time and fix it. I don't know what to do. I'm like, please, this is your child. I am only the one raising it to the best of my ability. But our children are God's children, and they are given to us to teach and raise to the best of our ability for him. You know what I mean? So that's what I did. I threw my hands up, and ever since then, it's like one miracle after another miracle. And I know there's people that don't believe in miracles, but I am a firm believer of miracles. And a lot of miracles have taken place in my life, including but not limited to meeting you and Bill and Arctic Wolf and anyone else that's in chat. Having a way for me to not only express what went on with my life, but to help others in what they're going on with their life and help stop and prevent from further abuse in any case. You know, if I can help someone navigate that red tape and get through the system and figure out what they need to do and know that they're safe and they can accomplish it, I am down 1,000%.
Oh yeah.
But you all are blessings to me.
I am,
For
of course.
every person that has come into my life has been a blessing. And we fail as humans to acknowledge that other people coming into our presence as blessings, whether on a good term or bad term. Even the drama shit that I've dealt with on YouTube, you know what? It took me that step farther. It did. It made me just a little bit stronger and said, you know what? I'm not going to stop my mission. It's like, to me, that's the devil coming in and saying, no, you're not going to do this. You're not going to do this. And I'm like, yeah, I am. And we come across those things a lot, and we don't recognize it until it's too late.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you hit that wall, just remember that's evil trying to stop you from doing something good.
Yep, that's for sure. And from like I said, I've been on YouTube now for a little bit over a year, and the level of evilness that some people have on here is utterly fucking amazing to me, dude. Like, I legitimately receive 3, 4, 5 death threats every week, like, because of my channel. And I just send them back an email and I say, well, if you know where I'm at, well, come and knock on my door and see how far that's going to fucking get you. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like,
and see,
you know, and
do you have your email in your about section, or are they reaching out through you through this social device?
I think it's in my about section. It might be. It might not be. I'm not sure.
No, I was just wondering how they were harassing you. Is it from like in your chats?
Oh no, they're emailing me. They're sending me emails. So I mean, like, I know I've posted it here and there, and you know, I mean, and there's ways to find other people's emails and shit and whatever. But yeah, like, legitimately, I get emails every single week from them. I just send them back an email, you know, have a good day. Thanks for making me stronger. I appreciate the support, you know. So, I mean,
Sorry, I was lagging.
I don't feed into it all that much. So,
And you're still alive.
and I'm still alive. So, you know, I got my first death threat email over a year ago. So, you know,
I mean, I think of that as, you know, people are trying to stop you from accomplishing what you feel you need to accomplish, and they can be reported. Arctic Wolf says emails can be tracked. Yes, they can. And so you can send that information to law enforcement and say, hey, these are the emails that I'm receiving. and they can track down who it is, especially if they're death threats, because that's terroristic threat. That is a law.
Yeah, especially over the internet. They really frown upon that shit. You know, it's better to threaten somebody's life face to face than it is over the internet.
Yeah.
You know,
only because through the internet it can be tracked.
Yeah, I know. I seriously don't worry about it. It just empowers me more to keep doing what I'm doing. So,
as well as it should.
Yeah, and if something did happen, all I gotta do, I got them all saved. You know what I mean? So we're good. We're good. Plus,
have you turned them over yet?
No. I haven't really. There's not really any of them that really are, that I've taken even remotely serious. I mean, most of them come from clear back east, from the East Coast, and it's like, if you want to drive, first of all, you got to drive or fly over 2,000 miles to come and get my ass. So I mean, you know what I mean? Like, really. So plus
I understand.
Plus, I got to deal with my wife. So
I understand your logic, but please keep in mind that because they are 3,000 miles away doesn't mean they may not know someone that is closer to you and able to get to you.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So just keep that in mind. And
for sure.
Because it can be dangerous. And as you know how the YouTube streets are, like they will go out and find people to do their dirty work, so just be careful, especially, I understand. And that's how I look at it, is this is a way of people stopping you from, or attempting to try to, stop you in your tracks from doing something that is good. And, it's not fair to you.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. The first couple of them, they kind of shook me up a bit. I almost stopped doing what I was doing. I was like, "Fuck that! I'm not gonna give them that much power over me, dude." Like, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
If somebody thinks they're just gonna come into my house and think we're just gonna be pushed over, like, they're gonna get shot. I mean, that's legitimate. I mean, I got guns all over the house. We don't play games. We don't play games in my state. So, you know what I mean? Like, not just gonna be something you can just walk in and take care of. It's gonna be, I'll fight to the death, and that's no bullshit. So,
and I can totally relate to that, because there was a point when I was being called a trafficker and all kinds of.
Are you serious?
Things.
Are you serious? I gotta laugh at that. I gotta laugh at that. That's some of the dumbest shit I ever fucking heard.
I am dead serious. And a fake, a fraud, a trafficker. I play video games to pick up on kids. And I'm like, I play video games because my kids play video games. And 90% of the time, I'm probably playing video games with my kids, not strangers. The reason I even got into this was because of not only what had happened to me, but happened to my kids. And I want just like you, I want the laws to be more stringent, and I want people to take it more seriously and be aware of the things that are going on in their own backyards. And being attacked was probably, I almost quit. I almost shut down my channel, everything. And I was like, maybe this just isn't for me. But then I was like, nope, you know what? That is the devil talking, and I just can't have that. I am a firm believer of God, and I am just not going to let evil overrule me. I didn't do it in the situation with my daughter. Why in the hell am I going to let someone do that to me online?
Yeah. So at times the evil's knocking on your door. If you're a man or woman of God, God will protect you, man. It's that simple. So,
amen. Mm-hmm. So, Bill, what do you think? What do you have on this discussion in closing? He's probably eating. B.
Anki.
Yes.
Was that loud?
Am I loud?
Never mind.
Oh. Abuse. I say abuse. Abuse by B.
I'm sure. I'm a horrible person.
So what do you
You're
think?
Just so horrible there, bud.
Is there anything that you would like to add as far as things that you've been through that you could suggest that I have not read yet or tried to convey?
Nope. I think we've covered it all. We have differing opinions, but it is what it is.
How's there differing opinions on abuse?
Well, like we said earlier, we had differing opinions, but that's fine. In your mindset, I would be financially abusive.
Oh.
But like
Yeah,
I said,
I'm a firm believer that it should be, you know, both parties in a relationship are fully aware of what the other party is doing. There should be no hidden agendas. There should be no excessive spending without both of you being discussing it and things like that, of course. When one person has 100% control over the finances, it could leave the other person into feeling obligated and neglected. And that is why I feel the way I do. And I mean, it was actually written as one of the, you know, symptoms of abuse. So, I mean, I know I can't be that far off. And you get to know, what do you think about, what do you think in closing?
Well, let's talk about the financial abuse thing. Like, here's how it works. Here's how it works for me. Like I said earlier, like when I was able to work, my wife wasn't required or expected to get a job because she had a full-time job at home. I'd get my paycheck. And I'd walk in the house and I'd hand it to her. Here you go. Like, I'm doing the work. Whatever needs to be paid, that's your responsibility. Like, I never had to worry about dinner being made. I never had to worry about washing the dish. I never had to worry about my clothes being clean. I never had to worry about my kids being taken care of. And that's just the way that ran for us. And like, I don't know really.
And do you look at your relationship with your wife as, even though you're the one that monetarily takes care of the family, that she's the one that emotionally and physically takes care of the family? Is that how you see it? Where it's still like kind of equal incomes, but you monetarily take care of it, where she physically and emotionally takes care of it.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, I do the work to provide what needs to be there. So what physically needs to be taken care of, she took care of whatever I wasn't able to take care of, my wife took care of it without question.
Gotcha. And I agree. I agree, because a lot of people think that if the woman is a stay-at-home mom, that she's not providing. She shouldn't be able to have access to the funds because she's not financially or monetarily providing. Wherein if he had to stay home and take care of the kids and he would feel a little like, hey, you know, can I get some scratch? You know, like, can I get some cheddar? You know, he wouldn't want to be, a male would not want to be put on a restrictive income.
Well, I mean, my wife wasn't on a restricted income either. Just because she didn't physically make that money, that's not her job. Wasn't her job. Like, I wouldn't have been able to do what I was doing if not for everything else being taken care of at home. If I had to worry about washing my own clothes, making my own dinner, doing my own grocery shopping, taking care of my own kids, when, you know, at all times, like, there's no way I could have worked the jobs I was doing. You know what I mean? Because I used to work some serious hours. You know, I used to work almost 80 hours a week. And
that sounds like B works a lot of hours too.
I work about 60 a week, but I do all of that stuff myself.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean,
but you don't have kids to take care of either, because when you have kids, that's a whole nother ballgame.
It changes the whole entire ballgame.
Right. Kids are different. Yeah.
Yeah. Having kids, it does be it's like,
but there's also a point where those same kids are going to be more independent and out on their own, doing their own thing.
Yeah. 18 years later.
Shit. No.
Oh yeah. Because legally, you are still legally responsible for them, and you have to rear them in a way that they can maintain life outside of you.
With my ex that had older children at the age of from 13 on up,
that's too young.
They were never home.
That's a bad mom right there. I'm not going to say it's a bad mom. That's probably bad for me to say, but in my opinion, at 13 years old, they are capable of outdoing dumb stuff.
Well, and they were also both. Like her son played sports, so he was a member of the football team as well as the basketball team, and also ran track. Our daughter was also involved in drama, and she donated time at the local church. It's not like not everybody's out doing horrible things, so you can't just
No,
assume that they're bad.
You're right.
No, but
No, no, no.
but his statement was they were rarely home.
They
So,
were
I mean,
always caught up in some type of activity.
okay, but you didn't specify that. You just said they were rarely home.
Well, it's
Because
just,
see, when I was younger, when I was like 13, 14 years old, I was rarely home too. But my parents didn't have the financial means to put me in football and put me in, these extracurricular activities. So I was going out finding my own fucking extracurricular activities, and the shit I was doing when I was 13 years old, I would never want my kids doing.
oh, I want to go back and beat my own ass for shit I did as a kid. But that's
Shit, right? Shit, I'm beating myself. I'm beating my own ass right now for shit I did back when I was younger. You know what I mean? But like, I just knew. I don't know. For us, it worked. And like, at one point in time, I had a cousin of mine came up to me and he's like, getting on my ass about my wife not being able to work and me not allowing her to work. And I said, wait a minute. First of all, this is my relationship, and secondly, I never said one time that my wife wasn't allowed to work. She just didn't have to. Like, she didn't have to go out of the house and get a paycheck job because I was making enough money to where we were good. So I don't know. I just think it's I'm kind of old fashioned. A woman's place, is as long as it can be done decently and responsibly. Like, a woman's place is in the home taking care of kids while the man's outside busting their ass and bringing home a paycheck.
See, I think me and Get to Know grew up in the same backyard.
I think so, because but at the same time, if my wife wanted at that time, if she wanted to go out and get a job, I would have highly encouraged it. Yeah, go for it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I just, I don't know. I just, it's like I got in a discussion with somebody the other day about, well, this person was dead set on that relationships are 50-50. Well, no, they're not. Because there's times that I can't be 50%. There's times I'm only running 20% and my partner has got to pick up that extra 30%. And there's times that my partner's running at 10%. That means I got to pick up that extra slack because we have to run at 100%. So we just got to help each other. So no relationship, in my eyes anyway, in my opinion, no relationship is ever just 50-50, because sometimes it's 90-10, sometimes it's 80-20, sometimes it's 40-60. I mean, it just, like, that's just how life is. So that statement that relationships are 50-50 to me is bullshit.
And a lot of times men that are hyper independent like that want that woman to put in her share all the time, don't understand like what happens when you guys get older. And for instance, B had to have like a quadruple bypass surgery. He wasn't able to work. I mean, when you're in a relationship, the other party, it would have made it easier on him and his healing and stuff if he had a partner that was there that was putting in that extra 25%. So she's doing 75%, and that's why I said it's not 50-50. To me, it's 100 and 100, because if you're putting in as much as you can, that your 100% of whatever that's worth, and they're putting in theirs, then it should be amicable. It should be just flow. And if someone is down, someone is sick, or someone has to go into surgery, and the other one is able to pick it up without no hiccups, and it's not a fight, it's bliss. But a lot of times when men are hyper vigilant about being independent, no, she's got to work, it puts that strain on the relationship. What happens if she gets disabled and she can't work, or she can't get around very well? Like, I have an aunt that has MS, and I think they were like 3 years into their relationship and she went downhill. Now she has to use a walker and a wheelchair and all this stuff. So, I mean, how does that work? Like, what does he say? Well, you can't work, you can't put in your share, and so I'm done. You know,
But that's just it. Why?
who's
why
gonna
do you have
wipe
to
my
look at it-
ass when I can't? That's what I want to know. Who's gonna hold my hair when I'm throwing up?
but
That's
why
what I
does it-
want to know.
You're looking at it as if you both have to have a position that's dependent upon each other. It's
Well,
not
when
like
you get
that.
into a relationship, that is the whole point of it, is making sure that you have someone there for you, your companion, emotional, physical, financial.
I 100% depend on my wife.
Real quick, if I
100%.
disappear, my power just went out, so I'm running off my cell phone and whatever battery life is left on my laptop. But anyway, what I was saying is, no, why not build together so that if something does happen, then it's not a stress. You're not like, oh my God. I'm not saying, the way I look at it, if I'm independent on my own and I can provide for both of us, everything you have and you can contribute is extra. Great. So we can save that for our future. We can invest in our future. So if down the road,
Use
say-
her investment on your future.
no, you can look
If
at
you're
how
paying, if you're paying all the bills and her money is for the investment for your guys' future,
sure.
I don't agree,
Why?
because now she's just investing in you, but you're not investing in her.
Well, if it wasn't for my contribution, she wouldn't be able to live that lifestyle.
So why not get rid of both houses? You guys move in together and it's 50-50.
Well, that's what it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't. You can live together. That's fine. But still, to have that second income is still investing into your future. You guys can go out and invest it however you choose for the greater good of your combined relationship.
So why don't they take the extra? If you're the breadwinner, why don't they take the extra money from you and invest it in y'all's future and let her have her income, since it's the lesser of the two, for her to spend it on what she wants?
Because that defeats the purpose.
Why? If you make the more income,
it doesn't matter. Okay, so if I make $100,000 a year and you make 25 a year, and my $100,000 a year allows us to have 20 grand to invest, it's a lot harder to make 25 grand invested grow than it is to make 50 grand a year invested.
Arctic Wolf says God sees a husband and a wife as one person, one flesh.
Yep.
One
And see, that's kind of like my wife and I. Even though I was the one that was out physically working and bringing home the paycheck, it was still both mine and my wife's income.
Exactly.
I never look at it like it was my income.
Which is great for your situation. But if you got into a situation where you were unable to work, I don't know your situation.
And we did.
Wouldn't it have been nice to have her working those 5-10 years, whatever it may have been, prior, and have that money available when you needed it?
Who would have raised the kids?
Yeah,
I'm not saying she has to work all day like me.
I'm just saying, who would have raised the kids? I mean, unless they were in school during the time that she was working, then it's somebody else is raising your kids, and you don't want other people raising your
You're
kids, because then
absolutely
you're
right.
teaching those kids their way of living and their traditions, instead of you raising your own children and you knowing that they're safe. And I said this earlier, if everybody that was here now was back there when I started this, I said, if you raise your own children, less likely to get hurt, less likely to get abused, all kinds of crazy shit happens in daycare. Not only that, but then those kids are learning, whoever's teaching them in daycare, their traditions, their laws, their rules. What if you want your kids to learn to write left-handed instead of right?
You're talking about the first 5 years of their life. After that, they're in school all day.
No, they're only in school for 7 hours a day. So you would have to get a job that would only require you to be able to work for that time period while they were gone.
People do it.
Be there, just drop them off and pick them up.
And then that brings into okay, then so my
and I
wife
would be like, nah, Bill, you're cooking dinner tonight because I work too.
I cook dinner all the time.
You're doing laundry too because I work too. And then that starts this. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Get to know? Because if you start having to like combat with your partner about who's cooking tonight and who's doing laundry because now you're both are working. Nope. You know what? I work today too. You can take care of the kids. I'm tired. no, I'm the man. I shouldn't have to take care of the kids. Trust
That's
me.
a shitty attitude to have too.
When I had my son and I was in college, that was as hard as me going. It was harder than me going to work. So not only was I in college, working part-time, playing mommy to a newborn, then I had to start employing my older kids to take care of the littler ones. They didn't have them, but I was trying to get through my classes. And then that's where I was taking away my older kids' childhood by them having to rear their younger brothers and sisters. It wasn't their job. No, their dads should have been like, nope, you know what? I know you have to study this and that. I'll stay up with the kids. I'll take care of the kids. It's not very often you find that when you have such an alpha dominant male that thinks he rules the roost. That was what I was getting at. That's why I was trying to get you to talk so I could show you or have you hear me from another perspective of someone that's been in that. Oh, there he went, in that type of situation.
He just said too that he was running off with no power too, so he could have just died, but who knows?
Yeah.
But no, I fully agree with what you're saying. We did live that situation where I was the one that was working and I didn't have to worry about shit. Nothing. I didn't have to worry about a motherfucking thing. I didn't have to worry about my kids having the clothes they needed. I didn't have to worry about my kids getting fed. I didn't have to worry about bills getting paid. I didn't have to worry about the fucking car having gas in it. I didn't have to worry about shit. I bust my ass. I bring home my paycheck. I give it to my wife, and life was good. Then I became disabled, and my wife became my 24/7 caregiver, and it's been tough. It's been tough. Yeah, it would have been nice. It would have been nice to have money saved up, but that's just not feasible for everybody.
And when you have kids, it's really hard to have money saved up because when you do have money, you want to be like, hey, you know what? We got this nice little check. Let's take the kids out. Kids grow like weeds. And I have one that's maturing way before her time. And so I every 6 months, I have to buy her clothes because she grows out of them like really fast. And so, I mean, it's like, even when I was the primary of the house, I still gave the money and said, okay, this is what I want to get with it on my end. Here you go. And he wanted to work. And I was like, no, if I'm working, you're staying home and taking care of the kids. You can work something small part-time when I know that I'm okay with the kids by myself. But when I was working, I still said, okay, here you go, willingly, because I knew that he would do the right thing with it. Now, but if I was being forced, no, because I've been in that situation where I didn't have a car, I didn't have any money, and I was locked in a fucking basement for 2 weeks without food but baby rice cereal with a newborn child. Never again. And I may sound bitter or angry, but I know what it's like to be in an abusive relationship. I do.
No, you sound justifiable. It's not justifiable to me. So
and so in my brain, I was raised where the man is the provider and the woman is the caretaker. Not saying she can't provide if she wants to.
You were raised in a traditional aspect of how life is supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm not sure exactly how old you are, but I think we're relatively close to the same age. And
I just turned 50.
Okay, I'm 6 years behind you, so not too bad. So,
and I think B's like 4 years younger than me, so he's still in that same age group. But he went through an abusive situation where he was with a woman, and she financially abused him. Basically, he was dealing with some stuff with the IRS, and so he chose. He said his laptop died, and the phone was at 3%. And so he was in a situation where, yes, I am Arctic Wolf. And it was only a couple of weeks ago. And so he put they got a house together, and he put the house in her name. And then she was like, I don't want to be with you anymore, and went to the court and got the house. So I can understand why he feels the way he does. And
absolutely justifiable. Absolutely justifiable.
And
I couldn't say that I wouldn't be the same way.
That's why he has those red flags. That's why he feels that type of way. And so, I can understand that. But if you think about it in the most traditional way, if a family is going to come together, or if two people are going to come together, you should have that conversation in the beginning. What are you looking for in this relationship? This is what I'm looking for in this relationship. Do you think this can work? From the top. And then, I think about my health issues and I say, okay, if I get with somebody, I'm 50 years old. I'm not a spring chicken. And I have to think about, what if my lupus attacks my kidneys? What if for instance, my heart and my blood thing is not conducive? Oh, guess what? Yes, I got an appointment August 17th. Insurance got changed. I am stoked. I got my oncology, gastrology, and my cardiology on point. So that was my big, amazing news yesterday, because I had been fighting for this for freaking months. And I'm finally seeing some light, and I got the paper today and I was like, yes. But
nice. Now my wife and I can quit worrying about you so much.
Oh, and I do appreciate, what? Maybe it's your prayer, you're praying, because I have been struggling with this, calling and fighting and arguing. And they told me that they had switched it 3 months ago. But then when I went to the doctor, they're like, no, the insurance is still, no, it still wasn't on. So I was really struggling mentally over it. That, matter of fact, I haven't had AFib all day. And I think that the stress alone was contributing to my AFib acting up. And I mean, every time that it would start hurting, because I don't know if either of you have AFib, but when you have AFib, it starts to hurt, and then you can feel it kind of flutter, and you're like, oh, something ain't right. And then it throws you into anxiety, because you know that your heart's not functioning right. And then it just like compounds the issue. And so I've been going like this for the last couple of weeks, and I'm like, man, everyone's like, my normal viewers are like going to freaking make it MIA, because I keep pushing out my live streams and I have a little bit of energy. I'm doing all of my paperwork on my laptop, and granted, I'm getting all that done, but it's like I don't have that normal amount of energy that I normally would, where I could hang out and chill for a few hours. This is probably the longest I've been on in a minute, other than playing video games here and there, because it's kind of like almost mindless, but not. I don't know. I don't want to offend anybody, but video games are more like relaxing typically, except for COD has been causing me some anxiety, because I'm like, they're shooting me. What is AFib? AFib is afibrillation. So it's where your heart is, the upper chamber and the lower chamber. The lower chamber starts beating at a certain pace, and the upper chamber is beating at a different pace. And so it causes like a weird flutter, if that makes sense. And then I have blood clotting disorders and lupus. So when you have all of those mixed together, it's very easy for someone with AFib to throw blood clots. So they have me on a fairly high dosage of Eliquis, and then I've been like double dosing up on aspirin on top of it, because my AFib had been kicking in so much. And I do think it was a lot to do to the stress of, not being able to get the medical attention that I was wanting and when I wanted it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. But those are things I think about. I'm like, man, what if something happens? I mean, and I'm like bedridden. And then what, is he going to get up and leave me because I'm not fully functional, or if I'm not in the mood anymore, or because I'm worried about what's going on with my health? And like, are they going to, is that person going to use it against me? And then, I'm going to be asked out alone again. So I might as well just stay alone until I know for sure that that person is going to be there with me through thick and thin, like you and your wife, which is amazing. And then to be there for you emotionally is freaking amazing, because when you have someone that can understand you emotionally and can connect with you on the level where your trauma is irreplaceable. It's priceless.
Yeah.
Like, so give her a little kissy for me.
I will do, for sure.
I love you, Inky.
I love you too. And thank you. I do. And I do appreciate the text messages, because, you start, well, both of you had health concerns, and you're just like, could you imagine going through those by yourself? And
We did though. That's
and it,
that's kind of why
it's
we're the way
scary.
we are. You know. Yeah, it is. It's fucked up.
It is scary.
It is.
Arctic Whip says he has some pulse issues. So do you have AFib or do you have like a heart murmur? So a heart murmur is an irregular heartbeat, and then AFib is it's where the chamber's not. So a heart murmur is where the valve doesn't shut and open properly, and then AFib is where I believe it's the electricity in your heart either gets like static or something, and it starts beating irregularly, the two chambers, I believe, but I would have to Google to get the exact. That's how it was explained to me.
Yeah, instead of the heart going like boom, 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 and it goes like boom, 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 boom,
So like an extra
boom,
beat.
boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
It's not consistent.
It's definitely a non-consistent, because the heart beats in one way when it's normal, which is boom, 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 boom. And if there's any kind of difference in between the bumps, boom, boom, or there's bump, 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 bump. There's a certain rhythm to the heart, and anything that's not that normal rhythm is.
Well, what it does is when the two chambers aren't working in unison, moving blood, then it's pushing blood back flowing, and then that's when you throw a clot, because it's like back flowing in a direction that it shouldn't be, instead of it moving together and it pushing blood through and then repumping it back in. It's like back flowing back into the heart, which I don't know. I'm assuming it could also cause, congestive heart failure if too much blood goes in the wrong direction. Arctic Wolf says tachycardia. Yeah, that's when your heart beats real fast. And then I only have one lung and my pulse starts racing. Yeah, so that's what tachycardia is. That's what happens with AFib also, and that's what gives me the anxiety, because all of a sudden you feel your heart, it's trying to catch up. The lower chamber is trying to catch up with the upper chamber, and so then it starts beating really fast, and it's like it literally feels like douche, like you can feel it all over your body. It's the most weirdest feeling someone can feel. It is so strange. Makes you want to like bleh.
That's really.
5 doctors should have told me I was dead 10 years ago, and they want to do exploratory heart surgery, and they tried to rush me into the ER lots. Have you got that figured out? Have you been back for them to, because especially if you only have one lung, it's going to be harder to get the oxygen you need, right? I don't know how that works. So go on. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. We went off on a tangent. So you were talking about the joint finances thing.
Well, I don't know. My wife and I, we've just always fired on the same page in life, and like,
start looking at it like a competition.
Yeah, once you start looking at your relationship like it's a competition, okay, like we had a friend that they just had a baby. This was a while back, and they were like, they called us and like, we're arguing. We're like, well, what are you arguing about? And they're like, well, I made Sally, I'm just going to use the name, whatever. I made Sally, 6 bottles in a row, and he hasn't made one, so he owes me 6 bottles. I'm like, he owes you 6 bottles, like,
isn't it both your baby?
Maybe, it's both your babies. So, once you start keeping a tally on shit, it just makes your relationship just that much harder. You know what I mean? For personal reasons, whatever anybody wants to say, I never changed my kids' diapers. Okay. Just because, to be honest, because of my abuse and shit. And I wasn't comfortable with it. You know what I mean? And my wife never one time, well, come on, babe, I've changed 295 fucking diapers in a row. You can change one. You know what I mean? She just understood that came to bath time, I wouldn't bath my children either. I just didn't want to, I just didn't want to see my kids naked. I didn't want to see, I just have this blockage there, and it's just, I don't know. That's just kind of, for me, that's a mother's job. And I know that sounds fucked up, but that's how it is for me. And my
Well,
wife had no problem with it.
I don't think it's messed up, and I think that is, it's contributed by your trauma. And when you have trauma like that, that's a trigger point. And so for me, I would understand that, but I went through that same thing. I'm like, I didn't want my ex to, do those things with the babies either. And I was told, well, you need to get used to it because I'm going to, this my kid too, blah, blah, blah. And I should have known. And I mean, there was so many signs that I should have seen or I should have recognized. But then again, they make you feel like it's up to here in your head. And that's not someone that's being empathetic to your trauma and the things that you've been through. So, I mean, I can understand where you're coming through with that, where other people that have never been through trauma or that type of abuse would be like, that's just nuts. Why wouldn't you, you know what I mean? So I get it. And, for your wife to be able to handle those things and her being through a similar situation, she probably felt the same way. She probably felt, yeah, you know what? He can feed them and, he can lay them down to bed and rock them to sleep. And it's kind of like a switch off then. So then you get your quality time and then she takes care of the things that hopefully she wasn't having, similar issues with trauma. Like when I had boys before I had my daughter, and the boys were easy to change. When I had my daughter, it was a little more unnerving, but I'm glad that I did, because then I was able to notice things when things weren't right.
Right.
But that's amazing. I am so happy. My cousin found a gentleman that she married, and she had been through abuse and stuff when she was younger, and he also. And so they were able, like you and your wife, they were able to bond over that, knowing and understanding that they were able to relate to each other when one person was having something going on, and the other person would be like, dude, I totally get it. Okay, you need your little timeout, or you need your little project to work on to decompress. And yeah.
Yep. I definitely found the world's most amazing woman. That's for sure.
She's got to be smiling right now. That's
she is.
And she I'm sure she feels the same way about you too.
Well, she says that to me, and I say, well, I think you might have messed up somewhere, but I'm not going to change the way things are. I mean, but,
Right. So what do you think about using alcohol and drugs as an excuse?
It's bullshit.
I think it's stupid. It's messed up. It's wrong.
It's bullshit. Like, look, okay, this is what it comes down to me. It comes down to for me, okay? I grew up with a parent who was alcoholic. Most of my uncles and most of my aunts were alcoholics and drug addicts. I've experienced drug addiction and alcoholism myself personally, and I have never one time, and I never will use alcoholism.
If it changes you, then you should do it.
Yeah,
Period.
I mean,
That's your choice to
yeah,
make,
I'll never use it. I'll never use that as a reason. If I do something, I did it because I did it, not because I was influenced by drugs or alcohol. I mean, I see these stories all the time where where they're like, well, they were on methamphetamine and they sold their baby for dope. Well, you know what? I've been there. I've been a meth addict in my life, and I've never even contemplated selling anybody, let alone my children, to get a bag of dope.
Now, did you ever go through the phase of looking at your children and you reflecting back on yourself as like, do my kids see me this way? How do I explain it? How is this going to affect my children? Like some people, like it doesn't dawn on them that their kids are seeing them do this. Like, have you ever went back and reflected on with your kids and said, you know, I'm sorry that I did A, B, and C. I'm working at being a better, you know what I mean?
Almost every day. Like there's things that I've done when I was completely sober, not fucked up on any kind of drugs or on any kind of alcohol or any kind of substance. And like some of my most greatest fucking mistakes in my life, I wasn't intoxicated whatsoever. You know, so I mean, like I was saying a little while ago, you know, there's things I was doing there was things that I was doing when I was 13, 14, 15 years old, fucking blow your mind, Inky. Legitimately blow your mind. And I look at my 17-year-old son and I look at my 15-year-old daughter and I'm like, I was doing what? Years younger than them? And like, I've never hid anything from my kids. My kids know my history. My kids know my past. They know that I've been sexually abused. They know how it happened. They know, you know what I mean? They know that I've been a drug addict. They know that I used to fucking get in high-speed chases with police officers, and I ran amok, dude. And it's because I didn't have that family acceptance, I guess. You know, I've always been the black sheep in my family, and I don't know. We've always talked to our kids about our past and shit because I just never wanted anybody else to get the opportunity to tell my kids something about me that I hadn't already told them.
Right.
You know? Because I mean, right now, if okay, I smoke pot, okay, whatever. So, like the other day, we got home and my wife and I had been gone for a couple hours, and it was like my wife's like, smells like somebody was in here smoking some weed. Well,
It
I was
smells
like,
a little
there's
smoky in here.
Yeah, you know, I was like, well, there's only one person home, babe. So don't just sit here and, you know, don't sit here and like speculate on who it was. Go ask. And my wife walked into the bedroom and asked my daughter and said, hey, did you happen to smoke a little bit of weed in there? She's like, yes, I did, Mom. One hit. I'm sorry, whatever. And I contribute my daughter being open like that because of the fact we don't lie to our kids, man. We don't. We never have. We never will. You know what I mean?
And would you rather your kids be doing it with someone else or somewhere else and it be laced with something and something happened?
Right. See, and see, that's something we've told our kids ever since, you know, they started like basically junior high. You know what I mean? If you're going to do it, no, I don't want you to do it. No, I don't want you to do it. I don't want my kids being stoners. I don't want my kids being potheads. You guys have more things in life to focus on than being a fucking stoner. But kids get curious, especially when parents partake in these kind of things too themselves. You know what I mean? So, like, absolutely. I've told my wife and I both told both of our kids, you know, if you're going to try something, come and talk to us about it first. Let us try to take care. You know, we're not going to judge you. We're not going to look down on you. And I'm not going to say I'm going to run out and buy you a bag of crack if you want to try smoking crack. You know what I mean? But I mean, yeah, I would much rather have them approach my wife and I, say, hey, you know, because that way at least I know that they're getting good shit. They're not going to get fucking ripped off. They're not going to buy something laced with some fentanyl, and you know what I mean. So, like, you know, call it being a bad parent. I call it being a responsible parent. Like, no, my daughter didn't get in trouble for taking a hit. She was curious about it. She doesn't smoke pot on a regular basis. This is the first time she ever tried it. And, you know, she was just curious. And it's like, did you like it? She's like, no, the whole fucking room spun around in circles for fucking an hour and a half. And I got sick. I said, okay, well then now you know you shouldn't smoke weed. Lesson learned.
I can imagine.
You know,
it was like the first time I tried to drink, same thing. Wasn't blissful. And I found out that I just don't like the taste of alcohol. And so I've just occasionally I'll have a glass of wine, probably maybe once or twice a year, maybe once a year. But yeah, I've never had a pleasant feeling. And like marijuana, like it makes me itch, like I'm allergic to it. And which is too bad because I have lupus. I could get a medical card for it, but it makes me itch. And everyone's like, well, you should try CBD. And I'm like, oh, no, maybe not. I don't want to try.
If I'm going to try it, I'm going to try the real shit. I'm not going to try the derivative of it. You know, I mean, yeah, CBD has its good points, but it don't work for me for what I use weed for. Like, I cannot walk outside my home unless I unless I take a hit or two of weed, and it like
And does
my anxiety is astronomical, and
don't you have agoraphobia also?
yeah, I do.
So
And
does
see,
my
people are like,
daughter.
well,
It's getting better though.
it's getting better, and the thing about that is I don't have like your typical case of agoraphobia, because most people who have agoraphobia, they can't even leave their home. But a lot of times when it comes down to that, like me, I was born a block and a half away from where I am sitting right now, legitimately. I've never lived outside. I've never moved outside of the city I live in right now. I mean, I've been to other states and visited here and there and done this and that. But like, people are like, "Well, you say you got to go. You say you got agoraphobia," and I'm calling bullshit on that because I've seen you over here at this grocery store, and I said, "Yeah, I've also been going to that grocery store for the last 44 fucking years."
Right.
If I cross the railroad tracks, and I go onto the east side of town, or I go to the south side of town, or I go to the north side of town, it's a bit of a different story for me because that's not my comfort. That's not my comfort zone. I can walk around anywhere in my neighborhood and be pretty much comfortable because I've been here my whole fucking life. I've never lived further than 15 blocks away from the house I was born in my town. You know what I mean? So this like, I went to 3 schools. I went to 1 elementary school, 1 junior high school, and one high school. And they're all right here, you know what I mean? So it's like there's different levels of agoraphobia. So
I
mean,
and I can understand that. Like Walmart, no, can't do it. Way too busy. My
Yeah.
daughter has that issue. My son has that issue. So it's not something that I'm not familiar with. If it's like super overly congested, yeah, it causes me anxiety. Or walking into a bar scene where there's hundreds of people, not gonna happen. And it's
Yeah,
not
not gonna
easy
happen.
for me to be like, hey, how you doing? Oh, my name's Ray and nice to meet you. You know, nope. I would be that one that would be sitting up on the wall like, you know, no.
Yeah.
My daughter, she goes into a straight panic. Like, you can't get her in a public place that's super busy like that. She just starts shaking and she's like, I just want to go. And even at the beach, like I took her to the beach and they were having that concert and she was just like, Mom, it's too busy. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
You know, so it is hard.
Yeah, my wife knows. Like, I take diazepam. I literally take number fucking, what are they, 10 milligram fucking Valium every single. Like, if I'm gonna leave my house, whether it's just to get in the car and go to my counselors, I'm taking a 10 milligram Valium. Plus, I'm gonna take a couple hits of weed, and sometimes I'll get 3-4 blocks away. I'm like, nope, take me home. I can't do this today.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, like, legitimately, and it's just the way my life's turned out to be so far, you know, and like I roll with it. And like I say, like every single day that I wake up and my wife is still laying here in bed beside me is a fucking amazing day for me, because to be honest with you, I would have left me alone. If I were me, I would have left me a long fucking time ago. I'd have been like, see you later, motherfucker. I can't do this shit.
No, because she understands.
I'm serious.
You know, your wife, she understands. And that's what I'm saying. Like, some people, you get into a relationship with someone that doesn't understand that, and they're just gonna, it's just yeah. They just don't get it. They don't get it.
No,
like they couldn't understand, you know, just my daughter's situation. Like, why isn't she in school? I'm like, she is in school. She's been homeschooled. Well, why isn't she in public school? Because she can't handle public school. You know?
Why isn't she in public school? Because I didn't put her in public school. Why is it any of your concern? I mean, for real, that's like, I mean, people get so fucking nosy when it comes to our own personal lives, and it's like, you know what you do on the inside of your home and the decisions you make on how you are raising your family and your family works ain't none of my motherfucking business, nor do I care. You know,
Well,
I really don't.
Well, when I finally decided to put her in public school, that I thought that the other kids were mature enough to catch up to her.
Shit.
Not mentally, but physically, hormonally, I guess I should say. They did a psych eval on her, and I explained to them, this is what happened. They did a psych eval on her. And so even at the age of 8 and 9, they were able to see where the markers were as far as anxiety and her trigger points. And, we just finally got her to where she wasn't wetting anymore, which is a huge, I mean, when you went through that list of things to look for in kids, I'm like, dude, he's hitting it. I'm like, don't forget this one. Don't forget that one. And then you'd be like, okay, he's taking over. And I was just like, because I watched it. And people think, okay, like, oh, it was a one-time instance or it happens your whole life. It can trigger a girl or boy's hormones to go into overdrive. And when they go into overdrive, their bodies mature way faster. And so she tannered out at a 4-5, which is as high as you could get at 8. And at 8, she had the hormones of an 18-year-old. So she went through that maturity process way before her time, way, like 10 years before her time. And so there was no way I could put her in public school and other little 7-year-olds running around going, why is she on her menses? What is that? Why does she have boobs? Like it would not have worked. So I kept her and I did homeschool with her until I figured, okay, she's close enough in age that there might be other kids, catching up to her now. And they did the psych eval and they were like, man, Mom, how did you do that? Like, how were you able? And you have to go with your gut. You have to go with your heart, regardless of what certain laws say. So when people are like, oh, this about their kids going to school or that, I'm like, no, you are the parent and you have the right to make justified decisions, what's in the best interest of your child. And as long as you represent that, I'm making this decision not for me, because trust me, I don't know what it's like to be alone at all.
Yeah.
Because I've ate, slept, and breathed my child her entire life, worked. She went to work with me. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like I even got a vacation. Nope. I had to homeschool on my lunch breaks, after work, all that stuff. And she was there with me. Thank God that I've always been able to do that, because there's in some cases, some parents, they can't. And when you aren't, and that's another resource that I can help people with if they ever do get in a situation like that, that there is resources out there that will help you work from being alone. Sucks, Arctic Wolf says, no doubt. But sometimes if you're in an abusive relationship, sometimes it's kind of nice to be alone, because then you have time to regroup and retrain your brain that it's okay.
And see, I'm just the opposite. I don't mind being alone.
Oh, I don't like being alone, but I know sometimes it's safer for me to be alone.
Right.
Until I find someone that can relate to me, like the situation you have, it's a task to take on for someone that doesn't know or has never been through anything like that.
Like when I was going over the signs of abuse, and you kept on saying, "Oh, don't forget this one." Like it was hard for me to speak about it because I don't. My kids haven't been sexually abused, so like I really couldn't give advice on what to look for, because I really don't. I don't take things I read in books as ways to like. You never know how that person learned it. Did they just read it themselves in the book? Now they're putting it in the book themselves, and it. I'm kind of weird like that. So like me.
They have night terrors.
Oh yeah.
She's 10, so it's been 9 years. 9 years of taking extra clothes with her to school. And that was part of her psych eval, was that she was put in special ed, not because she was slow really, but because she didn't know when she would start expressing herself, appropriate speaking. So she would just talk. She wouldn't specify it with her counselor, with a teacher, with an adult. She would just start talking to kids, and it was just like kind of inappropriate, like a lot. So you don't want to traumatize another kid because they don't know what's going on, or they have never dealt with it. So
Right.
they had to put her in a smaller group to where they'd be like every hour, okay, it's time to get up and go to the bathroom, you know, and because she would get so inner focused. And I think it was part of her trauma that she knew if she was wet, that she would be left alone,
Yeah.
you know. And so there was
Makes
those
sense to
things
me.
that when you would say them, I'm like, yep, that's definitely one. That's definitely one. The night terrors is definitely one. And those ones are really freaky because your
I
kid
still
will
have.
look like,
I still have them. I still have them. I had one.
oh,
I had one a couple nights ago, dude, and like my wife's like, babe, and when I woke up, I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know what I mean?
Just blood curdling.
Just blood curdling screams, dude, and yeah, it's yeah.
yeah.
I still have them. So.
Does your eyes hurt? I don't know why she says that, but she'll grab her face and she's like, my eyes
Yep.
burn. My eyes
Yep.
burn. And I'm like, well, what do you mean they burn? Like, do I need to wash your face? Like the first time it ever happened, I panicked because I had no idea what was going on. I was like, oh my God, she's blind. That was the first thing I
Right.
thought. I didn't know.
Right.
There's all kinds of childhood diseases out there.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so like I kind of like was starting to catch on to what was going on kind of thing. And yeah, she would wake up and she'd look like she's wide awake, but she's like, I can't see anything. My eyes burn. And she would be like holding them. And it took me a while to realize when I talked to the psychiatrist, they're like, no, those are night terrors. Like she's not awake. She's like
Yeah.
she's reliving that moment and she looks like she's awake, but she's really in a deep, deep sleep. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. Eyes on Fire, Revelations 1912. Ooh, Arctic Wolf, you should come up here and tell me about it. What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, Arctic, get up here and tell us about it.
Yeah.
But
what the hell is that?
I gotta do a favor for my wife real quick, and I can't do it while I'm on panel. So I'm gonna jump down for a minute, but I'll be right back.
Okay, honey.
Okay.
19. Thank you. 19. What did he say? 12. His eyes are like blazing fire, and on his head are many crowns. He has a name written on him that no one knows but himself. Oh, how do I close this out? Okay, let's go back. 1912. Okay. Which version should I read? The New International Version, New Living Translation, English Standard Version, New King James or King James? Okay, how about this one? 1912. There is a code in the 1611 KJV. I'm in the NKJV. It says, now I saw heaven open up and behold a white horse. He who sat on him was called Faithful and True in righteousness. He judges and makes war. His eyes were like flame of fire. On his head were many crowns. He had a name written that no one knew except himself. He was clothed with a robe dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies in the heaven, clothed fine linen, white and clean, followed him on white horses. Now out of his mouth goes a sharp sword, that with it he should strike the nations, and himself would rule them the rod of iron. He himself treads the winepress of the fierceness and the wrath of Almighty, and he and his robe on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. I guess that's what was written on his thigh. The beast and his armies defeated. 1912 of the 1611 King KJV. Oh, that's kooky. That's kind of creepy. That's creepy, Arctic Wolf. Creepy, creepy. What does it mean? I don't get it. I don't get it. Whoa. That scared me. I was already being creeped out. And then the doorbell rang. It was all dink, and it scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Oh, that was creepy. Is that Lucifer? What the heck did I just read?
I don't know. Can you read it again? Because I missed it.
Okay. It says the name above all names is written in the Bible over 52,000 times. The same name is the name above all names. Okay, let's go to the KJV. Okay.
God?
Present screen share. The same name is the name above all names. Okay, I already read that. Okay, this is what it says. Let me open this bigger. So everybody can see it. The marriage of the Lamb. Okay. The rider of the white horse. Ride the white horse. Okay, this is what I read. Where is it? It was, let's see, 1912. This is 19, section 12, right here. I'm starting right here on 12. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. And he had a name written that no man knew but himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies which were in heaven followed upon him white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth goeth the sharp sword, and with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with the rod of iron, and he treadeth the winepress of fierceness and wrath of Almighty God. And he hath in his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Yes, it's the name of God and Christ, and it's secret.
Yes.
Defeat of the beast and false prophet. Interesting. He said, I guess that's what it reminded him of when I said she would be like, my eyes are burning. That's why it creeped me out. Because remember, I told you, I threw my hands up and said, God, you need to take this one because this is your baby and I'm just supposed to raise her to the best of my ability, and I have no control over this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great God, that you may eat the flesh of kings, and the flesh of captains, and the flesh of mighty men, and the flesh of horses, and of them that sit on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great. And I saw
Okay,
the beast,
that sounds creepy too.
right? And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse and against his army. I know what side I'm on. So, and the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive unto a lake of fire, burning with brimstone. And the remnant were slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse, which sword proceeded out of his mouth, and all the falls were filled with their flesh. Damn.
So that means the birds came down and ate him.
Picked them piece by piece.
He said it's not a cheap trick, the flame. Yeah, that's a song.
Yeah.
Wow.
The flame
That's
trick.
an intense reading.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for pointing that out, Arctic. That's a good one.
Interesting.
That's a good one.
Wow. So basically he was there and he was like untouchable and he fed the evil to the foul birdies.
Yep.
Probably like what are they called? Not Vulcans. They're called vultures.
Vultures?
Probably,
Yep.
yeah, they're probably like vultures because they're like the vultures are like the flesh-eating type bird.
Yep. And where it
And they're
says where it
big
says
and they are ugly.
right where it says his and he cut him all down with his sword, and his sword happened to be his tongue. The sword, the tongue, the word of God is what cut him all down.
Mm-hmm. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Oh yeah. 100%.
So
100%.
So what else do you have to reflect on here? Let me close that out. So we discussed the people abusing are blaming the alcohol and drugs for their bad behavior, and we discussed the financial section of it. Do you have anything else you would like to add?
Well, I wasn't here for most of the show. Like I said, I was at my son's banquet and shit. So
Well, how did that go?
it went good. It went good. My back started like I of course had to smoke some weed before I left. Took a couple diazepam before I left. Had to get myself good and intoxicated in legal ways anyway. There was a lot of people there, which is extremely difficult for me to do, especially when I don't know these people. But for the most part, it was good. It was good. Then my back really started fucking hurting, so I had to duck out a little bit early. But my son understands, So, but it was good.
We watched him get his award.
We watched him get his award. He got the award for the person to ask the most deepest questions ever.
That is cool. That means he's a deep thinker.
Oh, he is. I'm telling you, like he's so smart. Like he got a 20. He scored a 26 on his SATs, and if he would have scored one more point, basically he would have been able to go to any college he wanted to, full ride scholarship. And he was kicking himself in the ass about it, and wondering which one of the he's like, it was one of two questions that I got wrong. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, like one or two questions. And he sat there and he kicked his ass all summer long over it, trying to figure out which one it was that he got wrong. And he's like, no, I screwed up my whole entire future. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was like, that was just the practice SATs, bud. You still got your senior year SATs to take, dude. Like those are the ones you want to master. You know what I mean? So I'm excited to see how his SATs and ACTs turn out this year.
Wow,
So
that's amazing. Very, very proud parents.
Oh
That's
yes.
awesome.
I am well pleased with my children. Yes, I am. I'm not really big on that word pride, because it says in the Bible, pride cometh before the fall, and in the Bible, I don't remember who God's speaking to, but he goes, and with you, my child, I am well pleased. Instead of saying proud, we use well pleased.
Very good word usage.
Yes. Yes.
Well, because if we're too proud, we will fall. And
Yep.
that's ego. That's ego.
Yep.
And with that being said, I think of it this way. The relationship that you have with your wife, the ego is not there, because ego is it perpetuates the competition. And it's very healthy to not have it and be able to be open in 100 with your partner, like very open. So I admire you both for your abilities to get through and have each other. I do. That's big for me because it's not easy to come by.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
My
And
wife said thank you too.
supporter.
so-
Oh, I love you.
Love you too.
So, well, thank you very much. Get to know. I appreciate you and the wifey. I do. I do. I do. And I like hearing
And-
other people's perspective and how they feel about it, because it's very interesting how people can be there is so much dynamics and how people think. And I guess we are ones that think of the long term and like, where's this relationship going to be in like 20 years or 30 years from now, or major car accident happens, are they going to leave me, type of thing. And if and in my opinion, I think if someone just up and leaves you because you're disabled, or something happens and you're unable to provide in whatever manner it was when you guys originally got into that relationship, it can be very detrimental and very hurtful and painful. So
Oh yeah.
and to me, then that would make me feel like I was being used, and now it's because you can no longer utilize me, I'm nothing to you. So maybe it helps give people food for thought and deep thinking, just to think about it before they set those obligations in stone. This is what I require from my partner, unless abuse can take place.
Take care, Arctic Timberwolf. It's always a pleasure talking to you and having you around, man. I really do appreciate you coming into my chat the other day and all of it, man. You're cool. I appreciate it.
And what time are you going live tomorrow?
My dad says 6:30 Mountain Standard Time. So if I,
Okay,
yeah,
let me write it down. Do you already have the link put up?
yep, it's up there, but I need to change the time on it because I actually have it scheduled for 5:30. My dad said, nope, that's an hour too early for me. I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'm like, what the hell do you got planned to do tomorrow? What the hell do you got planned to do tomorrow? What the hell do you got planned to do tomorrow that you're gonna be busy at 5:30? And he's like, none of your damn business. I just said I'm not doing it at 5:30. So I'm like, okay, cool, man, Jesus. But
Okay, let me go find it real quick, and I'm going to post it in chat.
all right.
So I'm going to post your page link. So for those of you that may be watching that aren't chatting, go subscribe. And then your upcoming one, I'm going to post this one. Copy. And here's his live for tomorrow. Keep an eye out for the updates for it.
Yeah, and just to let you know too, Inky, you can still, if you see any of the material on my channel that you want to use and correlate it into yours or whatever, you have full permission to do whatever you want.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to go through and do a review with the signs and symptoms one. I know that one for sure, because that one is an awesome one. There's quite a few of them in there, and I'm like, oh, I like this one. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, it's awesomeness.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate
and I already hit the like button. So even if you guys can just go over there and hit the like button now,
Yeah.
get it in the algorithm.
Yes, indeed. I appreciate it for sure.
Most definitely. And I'm going to take a little break, eat me something real quick, and then I will be back on. I'm going to play some COD because I need to get my sleep schedule right for the weekend so I can do my lives all weekend without being too exhausted and having to change any. So, and I do appreciate you guys stopping by. I do. Because I wasn't sure. I was like, okay, I just need to do it and just get back on the horse. Everything's going good. You got some good news. And so now I can breathe and I don't have to worry about the stress and the, overthinking things.
Yep.
So.
And just to reiterate to you again, sweetheart, you can call and talk to my wife or myself anytime you need to. It doesn't matter if it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. If you need somebody to talk to, we'll answer our phone.
Oh, thank you so very much. Because I was really stressing out. I was like, you know, oh yeah, you know
Yeah.
what it's like.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you jump
Well,
down that rabbit hole of stress.
Well, I knew my wife kind of liked you at like day 3. She's like, babe, I'm like, what's up, honey? And she's like, what's going on with Inky? I haven't seen her fucking live for 3 days. I'm starting to get worried. I'm like, you know what? Neither have I. That's good. Yeah, I'm getting kind of worried about her too. So, you know, you made some kind of great, and she doesn't really open herself up to people and let people get close to her. So just know that you got a friend for life with my wife. So.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And I'm not one that goes out, excuse me, and exposes that type of thing. If you tell me something in confidence, it's going to stay in there. And
Yep.
I have no desire to exploit anyone or their personal business. Plus it would affect my business, my licensing and stuff. So I would not want, you know what I mean? That's personal information that when we share like our lives with people, they should never be taken for granted. And too many times people have shared their information or something that's happened to them on this forum, not specifically mine, but on this forum, and it's been taken down a road it should never have been.
Yep, I've been one of those people who that's happened to. So I know full-fledgedly about that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. So.
But,
okay, folks, I'm going to close this live, but I will be back on in about an hour. And if y'all are still up, feel free to stop by and say hi. I'm gonna go pew some butts.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
You're a good ass. I'm just gonna throw this out there. You're a good ass shot. You're a good ass shot.
You know what? Have
like,
you
I've
noticed
noticed
that they die faster when I shoot them in the butt or the groin?
Well, think about it. Think about it. You're fucking really. I mean, you're really getting to the root of the things just come together right there in that area, and you shoot somebody in the bunger and it comes out their fucking punger. You know what I mean? Like that's a dead end story. You know what I mean? Like
when I aim for their heads, they're still like kicking, and I'm like, what's going on? This should have been in a headshot.
Yep.
You
Just
know?
aim for the little head or the reversed area, and you know you're doing good. I've seen you get at least 150 fucking ass kills, so that's good. I mean, look, I don't know anybody else that's got that many ass kills.
If I can find my targets, I'll have to share them with you guys on stream once. Because every time I've ever been to the shooting range, I keep my targets, and it's always like head, crotch, you know, those like head, heart, and crotch are my 3 places.
The 3 most important places of a man: head, the heart, and the crotch. I mean, looks like you got them all down fucking good, girl. You don't fuck with Inky because she's coming for the head, the crotch, and the fucking heart, and she's a dead shot.
And I know, and I've only been playing that game for like maybe a little over a week.
Oh yeah,
it's fun though. Yeah, I've played the other COD, but I had never played this one before. So
yeah,
it's a little faster moving, but it is a lot of fun. It is. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Well, I love you guys.
Love you too.
Night, sweet pea. Night, hun.
Love you.
Love you too.